Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for December 20th, 2022. And Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perello.
Here.
Councilmember Turan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here,
We have a quorum.
and Councilman
The,
Basu
the posting of the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on December 8th, 2022.
and Councilman Basu will be joining us in a few minutes. Any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers in person or virtually for closed session. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, C1.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is moving Oxnard Forward Incorporated et al. Versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you, and we'll go into closed session. I'll be back at potentially about at 5 o'clock for our opening ceremonies. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're just out of closed session. And before we go to ceremonial opening, Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session this evening.
Thank you. Our next item is the opening ceremony. And first of all, let's go ahead and salute the flag of the United States of America. Mayor Pro Tem, can you lead us to?
Please place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, our next item is going to be, this is going to be a really big honor for us to commend the champions of the Oxnard College men's team. Put your hands together for the team. They're here today. Our Oxnard College, you know, the audience, members of the audience are the men's soccer champions of the state of California. We have Coach Ross Greeny here with us. And coming up, all of you, so we can, coming up, bring your team up here. So we have some accommodations we'd like to give you. And we're very, very proud, you know, the city of Oxnard has been known as, coming up, the city of Oxnard has been known as the city of champions. And the city of champions, we've had boxers, we have baseball teams, we have quite a few individuals that really have helped us tremendously to become the city of champions. So look at all these young kids coming here. Thank you for coming up. And we have Coach. Where's the coach? Okay, Coach, come on over. I have a certificate of accommodation. I'm going to give one to every single player. And this is certificate of accommodation presented to Ross Greeny, right? Oxnard College Condors head coach. Whereas Oxnard College men's soccer team won the California State Championship title in match against defending champion Mount San Antonio College with a final score of 2-1. 2-1. Put your hands together for that. It's really, really great. Now, Coach, now therefore the City Council of the City of Oxnard presents a certificate accommodation to Ross Greeny, head coach, for his talent and dedication to build one of the strongest soccer teams in California, and hereby extend the best wishes for much success to all the future endeavors for Oxnard College. And this is signed by the mayor of the City of Oxnard, myself, and has a great seal of the City of Oxnard presented to you today.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we do have some accommodations. I'm going to have every single council member help us out with the accommodations, and I'll start, and then we'll go from there, okay? We have a certificate for Ellen Zaragoza. Is that correct? Are we related? Ellen, this is Oxnard College Condor assistant coach, whereas Oxnard College men's soccer team won the California State Championship title match against defending Mount San Antonio College with the final 2-1. And this is, again, on behalf of the City Council and myself, congratulations for the good work that you've done. Thank you so much. Okay. And the next one is Emilio Perez Delgado.
Emily.
Emily? Yeah. Emily, where's Emily at?
She's actually the women's soccer coach, and she came with us to help us.
And
run the
is
Final Four
she
and
here?
She's not here tonight.
Okay, so we're going to present this to her.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you so much. And this is for Dorian Guerrero.
Dorian Guerrero, yeah.
Dorian, where are you? Gabriel. Dorian, again, Oxnard College Condor assistant coach, whereas Oxnard College men's soccer team won the California State Championship title match against defending champions San Antonio College. San Antonio College with a final 2-1 score. This is again on behalf of the City Council and myself. Thank you again for your excellent work. Thank you so much. So we're going to start off from
Instead of reading the whole thing, I'll read off the name, okay? This is for Jimmy Flores. He's not here? Okay, we'll make sure that he gets it. He still deserves a round of applause. Efren Perez. Pedro Santos Jimenez. Christian Guerrero. Gonzalo Magana. He's not here.
I have a certificate for Emmanuel Solis. Jonathan Alvarez. Odin Roston. Noe Uyoki. And Ricardo Zizumbo. Congratulations. Pass that down, will you, please?
Oscar, who's up next? Oscar.
Thank you. Diego Briseño. Jose Ortiz. Alfonso Lopez. Osvaldo Raya. And Enrique Tiscareño.
Let's see. Christopher Ramirez. Oscar Salinas. I want to go to Mexico. All right. Danny Orozco. Congratulations. Andy Cruz. There you go. Congratulations. Pablo Orozco. Congratulations. And Councilmember Teran.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jorge Arellano. Oh, right here. All right, congratulations. Next we have Alex Cruz. Then Edwin Hernandez. Congratulations. And my last one here is Julian Mendez. There you go. Good job.
Thank you. Well, Coach, you want to share something before you play Argentina?
I just want to say two things. I don't know if you know, but the city council would be proud of Oxnard College and everyone that works there because they've enacted all these programs that help with food for the players, extra financial aid, counseling. But it's not just that they have it there sitting; they outreach and they go and they find these players, and it really makes the place feel like a family, and they get the support that they would only get at home, really. So that really is why we get and we have this much talent on this team, on this stage today. And the second thing that I think the city council would be happy to hear is, when you have to make a decision and it affects other people? Like you guys have to do that a lot, right? So, I have to do every Tuesday. Yeah, I have to do that now, but not on the same scale, just for 24 guys. And what I want to tell you about these future Oxnard citizens is future, members of our community, is that every time I had to make a decision, they had the determination not to worry about what the decision was, but to actually just turn that decision into a great decision, to make it a great choice. And I know that where you're sitting and where we're looking at up here, I just have the feeling that you would appreciate these kind of guys, because when you make a decision that's going to affect all of us, they're going to go out and make it look like a really great choice. So thank you for all of this, and thank you to my players, and thank you to everybody at Oxnard College.
Thank you, Coach. And we're in good hands. You know, we're in good hands because, you know, there's a responsible citizens, and I'm sure that you're going to help the entire community. We thank you so much, you know, for what you're doing. Thank you again, and we're very, very proud of you. Put your hands together again for the Oxnard Town. Thank you so much. Is there anybody, anybody want to take?
Also know that this is our athletic director, Jonas, and that's our campus, our Oxnard College president.
Oxnard College president, come on, get over here. We want you to say something anyway. Does the assistant coach want to share anything?
He's the athletic director.
Athletic director, you want to share a couple of words?
Yeah, Ross said it all, but I just add to it that I've worked with a lot of young men and women, and not only are these guys tremendous athletes, but they're really, really nice guys as well. So they're going to represent Oxnard anywhere they go, and we're definitely pleased and excited that you have had us here and celebrating these terrific young men. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. And now the president, the boss.
Mayor, thank you. Thank you so much. No, we're really proud of these guys, and we know that they're going to be amazing role models for our community, for our local youth. I also want to note that this team defeated teams that were much better financed, larger than Oxnard College, and they were never back down. They showed this resilience, this grit that really personifies our city, our college. So for that, we were just so proud of them. So thank you so much to each one of you guys. We're so proud of you. Thank you.
Martha, you want to take a picture? Martha's going to take a picture here for Mr. President. We're going to take a photo real quick here.
Mayor, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Go on.
Yes, to the president of Oxnard College and your players. The city of Oxnard is committed to make sure that the Oxnard College District gets equal share Ventura Moore Park. We're not second class. Hope you understand that, all of you.
Thank you. Let's take a photo. Thank you again so much, Mr. President. And thank you, young man. And Coach, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Go ahead. You can go out this way or the other way. Thank you. Mr. Zaragoza. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Coach, thank you. Thank you so much to the team from Oxnard. Our next item we have is Mr. Carl Lawson. Where's Carl Lawson? Come on, Carl is, thank you. We have a resolution for Carl. Is your daughter here, Carl? Yes. Good, good. Let me start off. Okay, we have a resolution for Carl. This is a resolution, City of Council, City of Oxnard, commending Carl Lawson for over 33 years of outstanding service to the City of Oxnard. Where Carl Lawson has given over 33 years of outstanding service to the City of Oxnard, as a member of the Oxnard Housing Department. And where Carl Lawson began his career with the city of Oxnard after working with the United Farm Workers as an organizer and contract administrator from 1978 to 89. Carl joined the city of Oxnard as a temporary senior community relations specialist as part of the 1990 census effort, increasing the historically undercounted non-English speaking population. He built a team that increased the final census by 10.5% of census, starting with the first census projection. That gave us a lot of money back, right? A lot of money. That was the whole point behind that. So whereas in 1991, Carl Lawson was hired as permanently as a compliance service manager, a position that he held for the past 31 years. Carl's primary duties including administering the mobile home park rent stabilization program, acting as a city fair housing officer, and even serving his first designated Americans with Americans Disabilities Act coordinator for the city of Oxnard. Whereas one of Carl's most significant achievements as a compliance service manager was from 1998 to 1998 working as a rent stabilization ordinance review task force and brokering a successful agreement between 3,000 mobile home owners and the owners of 22 mobile home parks, which ended years of litigation and resulted in mutual agreement of a strong mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, which has helped maintain housing affordability for a sector that makes up 10% of the city's home ownership. Whereas in 1990, Carl Lawson was designated to serve as a hearing officer for citizens' appeals to traffic, code violations, civil citations, business licenses, tax appeals, tenant appeals of housing authority actions. Carl has made a decision over 250 appeal hearings. And whereas Carl Lawson was responsible for a variety of city programs, primarily in the housing department, including serving as housing authority programs manager from 2008 2009, affordable housing rehab program manager from 2011 to 2015, homeless program manager from 2014-2019, which at that time he established, operated, and managed the city's first 24-hour a day, 7-day a week per week shelter, from its inception to the sole staff person until the operation was fully staffed and turned over to an on-site firm. My goodness, Carl. Carl Lawson also served as a staff and support for city liaison for various advisory groups, including the Mobile Home Park Rent Review Board, the Housing Authority Resident Advisory Board, the ADA Task Force, and the Community Relations Commission. And whereas Carl Lawson was honored by the Oxnard Community Relations Commission as an outstanding individual in 1990 and received the El Concilio del Condado de Ventura Latino Leadership Award Community Service in 2002, where Carl Lawson has sought to be a responsible citizen, with fellow employees, with city management and elected officials in an open, straightforward, culturally appropriate and transparent manner throughout his 33 years of service to the city of Oxnard. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard resolves to commend and recognize and extend its gratitude to Carl Lawson for over 13 years of dedicated service, 33 years of dedicated service to the City of Oxnard. The City of Oxnard offers its best wishes and you embark on your new journey, Carl. In witness thereof, we set our hands and caused the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed on the 20th day of December 2020. This is signed by myself and all council members. Congratulations, Carl, for the many, many years. Whew, that took a lot of reading there.
My turn. Thank you. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Thank you, COVID. Before I verbalize my appreciation to those of you who are up here on the dais and near the dais, I need to recognize my loved ones. Nobody can be a conscientious civil servant or a service worker of any kind unless you have the support of and depend upon those who are closest to you. It doesn't matter whether you have an important job like President of the United States or a very important job like being a parent or a nurse or a teacher or a local elected official. you need the support of your family. So I want to say how much I love them, and I thank them.
Testing, go, is it on? Yeah, you're on.
And
Let them stand up.
thank you.
Are they here? Let them stand up.
Yes, yeah, those who are here may stand up. Hello.
La familia.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your kind words there. But I need to say that family isn't just moral support. These people have actually done work for the city of Oxnard. Ever since they were little kids, they would come in the office, help stuff envelopes. At a very young age, they helped people who did not know how to read and write fill out their census forms in 1990 and in 2000. And in more recent years, they pulled all-night shifts as volunteers at our homeless shelter when we didn't have enough staff yet, when we just got open. My wife and my in-laws and my children, they've done work for the city of Oxnard. I didn't start out when I was a little kid thinking I wanted to grow up and be a mid-level civil servant. I actually think I remember wanting to be a forest ranger. But there's worth and value in all service, and this city has given me an opportunity to be of service. I have served alongside with and under 5 mayors, okay, and at least 20 city council people who've sat in these chairs. And virtually without exception, maybe one exception, everyone who's been elected up here has been elected in order to do something good for the city, not to line their pockets or to use it as a springboard for higher office. And I really, as a civil servant, recognize and applaud you for that. And I hope that people realize that those people who are up here elected are doing it more for you than they are for themselves. And I think they deserve a round of applause every day. I also have worked for 7 city managers. And they all have different visions, they have different ways of doing things. And it's been my pleasure to work for them. And I know, and I applaud this city council for hiring that gentleman over there. I had the pleasure for working for him for a few years now. So you've done a good job making your selections. I have great respect for virtually all of the city managers I've worked for, but
virtually,
that's enough. So, so without anything else, I would say thank you to Alex and to the staff. So Moet, come on. That works. Okay. Is that right? Okay, thanks. As a city employee, I didn't know I was going to turn into be a student of cities, but I did. And along the way, sometimes students come here from high schools or other places, and they walk through here, and I will when I've had the chance to do those tours, I make a point of asking them what they think the most important thing that a city does is. And they'll say things, all sorts of answers, and I almost always tell them that I'm sorry, I disagree, I have a different opinion. I end up telling them that if you like clean water and toilets that flush, you have to be a big fan of the Public Works Department. And they're my favorite city department, okay, my favorite city department. One of my other favorite city departments is the Recreation and Cultural Services and the library. They've helped me raise my children well. And there's another department that deserves some recognition, which is the Office of the City Attorney. Steve Fisher and his staff, and all of the city attorneys I've worked with over the years are unrecognized, unsung heroes. They work behind the scenes, and they allow those of us who work for the city to do our level best to carry out the mission and the programs of this council. And I can't say enough about their professionalism. Okay.
You're on.
About their professionalism, skill, and knowledge, and I really appreciate them. And I think by now I have spoken enough, so I will say thank you once again. And What are my plans for retirement? That's pages 6, 7, and 8. Um, Rest a little bit, do a few things, spend some time with family back there. But I've spoken enough. And in the immortal words of the late great John Prine, it's time to send my mouth way down south. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. And I have Carl, and I want to apologize. I think I have a couple of people that want to share some words out there. There's Barbara Mackey Ortiz and also Yukoyo Okano. I think they want to share a couple of words on your behalf.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had to come because I have known Carl longer than he has worked for the city. I think I've known you since 1978 or so with the UFW. And I have watched this guy come from a family that had a steel worker. Was he a vice president or president? He was a very powerful guy in the steelworkers, his dad. And so when he came out here, he really had an appreciation for unions and collective bargaining. And so that's where he ended up in Oxnard doing collective bargaining. And I had the pleasure of showing him a few tricks every now and then. But Carl's very, very bright.
That's right.
Very bright. And he quickly became bilingual, as I don't think you were when you came out from Pittsburgh. And more than anything, having a heart for the working people. And he has applied that in everything he has done for as long as I've known him. And the city of Oxnard was very, very fortunate to get him on their staff. And our people have really benefited from his work over the years, whether it was with the mobile home parks, and we've had some issues over the years that Carl has helped maneuver through, or the hearing officer. I guess I have sit in front of you as a hearing officer too. But I just want to say this was your diamond in the rough, that Carl always worked hard, and besides that, he was one of the most knowledgeable, smart, intuitive, caring people that I have ever worked with. And it's been a privilege to work with you, Carl, and I couldn't let you sneak away without at least acknowledging that. Thank you very much, and good luck in retirement.
Thank you very much. Someone else.
Mr. O'Connell.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members, and city staff. My name is Yukio Okano, and I am the chair of the Oxnard Commission on Homelessness. I want to add my congratulations to Carl upon his retirement. I've known Carl since I became a member of the Commission on Homelessness about 6 years ago. He was always welcoming and was an encyclopedic source of information about housing and the work of the Commission. Carl worked closely with the Commission and helped keep us on track during our meetings. I learned most of what I know about Oxnard city government from Carl. He's been a fountain of information about the workings of the city, and I have had a chance to observe his dedication to the work of the Housing Department. Before the 24/7 Navigation Center opened with Mercy House, Carl was the driving force in the temporary winter warming shelters that were held in the Armory building. Staffing and resources were limited for the winter warming shelter back then. I remember Carl and other housing staff staying overnight when they were needed. He was always ready to step in when help was needed. So thank you, Carl, for helping me learn about city government and the work of the Homeless Commission. Most of all, thank you for your work to help our homeless neighbors, and best wishes on your retirement.
Thank you very much. Yukio Okano and Barbara Macri Ortiz are two other pillars of this community who should be recognized. And they remind me of something. Up here, we used to have a seal of the city of Oxnard which said established 1903. And that, on paper, that's when the city was established. But believe it or not, the roots of this city go back a lot farther than that. I think they go back to about 11,000 years ago when people first started cultivating. There's a reason every city is where it is. And back in Mesopotamia or Mesoamerica or the Levant or somewhere, somebody planted seeds and things started to grow, which enabled settlements to happen. Those settlements grew into city. The reason Oxnard is here is because of agriculture. May we never forget it. The reason I came here was because of one sector of the agricultural community. But this city is here because of agriculture, and I hope we always honor the farm workers and the agribusiness entities that make this city what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to your family for allowing you to work for us 33 years. Put your hands together for Carl. Thank you so much, Carl. Okay. One more picture. Family members, come up. Councilman Perla, go ahead.
I'd like to share this. My first involvement in anything to do with the city of Oxnard was a neighborhood council, the South Bank Neighborhood Council. And in the South Bank Neighborhood Council, there was a mobile home park called the Wagon Wheel Mobile Home Park. There were some serious issues multiple times in that Wagon Wheel Mobile Home Park. And I got to meet two people that were tigers, one still in the community, one passed away, a real loss to the community, Martin Jones. But the tiger still in the community is Pat Brown. And Carl Lawson was instrumental in getting things straightened out for those people in Wagon Wheel Mobile Home Park, because they were taking extremely negative advantage of. The mayor will recall there were power lines that fell on top of mobile home parks, aluminum buildings, and nothing was being done. And Carl was instrumental in making sure those people lived in safe condition. And I cannot not say that. Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. That was quite a monumental milestone that helped us out with those folks there at the Wagon Wheel. Thank you, Carl, again, one more time. Go ahead, Councilman Sharon.
Thank you. If I could just take just a minute also to thank Mr. Lawson for all of his dedicated work. 33 years, is that right, Carl? 33 years on working for the residents and the community in the city of Oxnard. And I will say, similar to what Councilman Perello had said, my first interaction with Mr. Lawson was also through the Neighborhood Council. I had just been elected to chair of the Fremont South Neighborhood Council, and several weeks in, I received a call to my cell phone, and I answered it, and they said, Mr. Turan, my name is Carl Lawson with the Housing Department, and I just want to talk to you about Fremont South. Okay. and he says, well, you have the current shelter in your neighborhood on K Street, and previously the neighborhood had been told it wasn't going to be a warming shelter anymore. They weren't going to do that anymore, okay? But now he was telling me, oh, we're going to have to do it again, and it's actually going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but that's a really good thing. And I was listening to him, and he says, do you have any questions? And I said, well, you don't have to convince me. I need you to come to my next neighborhood council meeting. I need you to answer every question and hear every concern that our residents have. And he agreed to it. He and a colleague came out to the next meeting, and it was about a 2-hour meeting, but he answered, true to his word, every single question. He heard and wrote down every single concern that was brought up, and the shelter is still there to this day, and it's very well run, and is nothing like what our residents had concerns of from the past management of that shelter. And I just want to share that Mr. Lawson's forethought on what was needed to have that shelter get the buy-in from the neighborhood and to be able to have their concerns put to ease really went a long way. That was my first interaction with Mr. Lawson and somebody in my neighborhood council role. And I just thank him so much for his work. I saw how dedicated he was right from there. And even that evening, I remember at the end of that 2-hour meeting, he offered people, do you want to go look at the shelter? It's down the street. And we were able to walk over there and take a look at this big empty building with no power, no lights or anything. But he made that offer, and folks did take him up on that. And thank you again for all your service to our community, Carl. It means a lot. And I just thank you so much and wish you well in retirement.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, council members. Carl, one thing that we need to do is, and I'm not sure if the council wants to do it, we had to come up with a vote to vote on the resolution. And council members?
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of the resolution.
We'll get a first by Mayor Pro Tem and also second by Bert Perella. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations, Carl. He was sweating. Thank you so much. Our next item is, I'm going to send this over to the city clerk, and this is to declare the results of the canvass of returns of the November 8, 2022 general election, municipal election, and we will administer the oath. I'll leave it up to you, Madam Clerk. We have a couple of 2 or 3 council members that are going to take their oath. So we move out of the way here. You're going to stand over here. Stand over here.
They should do it over there.
You want to do it downstairs? Or here? You do it downstairs? What do you guys want to do?
That's fine.
I'm good. Right here? Okay.
Sign those after we're done with the oath. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I will conduct your oath of office. If I could please ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your names. Solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations, you've been sworn in. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And now what we need, council members, we need on the resolution to certify the administration of the oath. Do we have it first? The results, excuse me, the results first of all.
So moved.
Go ahead and read the results, and then we got a first and a second by Oscar.
Sure.
And second by Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
So for district, I will go ahead and read the results by section of each district.
Go ahead.
Thank you. For District 5, Gabriela Basua. Total number of votes, 2,337. Armando Pina, 928. Lawrence Paul Stein, 984. For District 2, Gabriel Turan, total votes, 3,644. Ty Hartley, 1,976. For District 1, Christopher Arevalo, 1,730 votes. Douglas Dean Portello, 2,543. Eduardo Huerta, 1,091. Bert Perello, 4,753 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a resolution to certify the results. We had a first by Councilmember Madrigal and second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, council members. Council members, before you want to share a couple of words, I have an individual that would like to make some comments, and that's and then we can go ahead and see the council members can then share some words. We have Armando Gonzalez representing Congresswoman Julia Brownlee. Armando?
Good evening. My name is Armando Gonzalez, and on behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, I would like to recognize Mayor Zaragoza and the members of the City Council for their remarkable service to the City of Oxnard. Congresswoman Brownlee has often said it is her greatest privilege to represent the people of California's 26th Congressional District, which includes the City of Oxnard. She has worked to move our communities forward and to do all that she can to improve the lives of all of her constituents, and she has done just that in partnership with all of you. You have helped maintain and expand the very aspects of the city that make Oxnard a truly desirable place to live, work, and raise a family. The Congresswoman extends her sincere appreciation to the City Council for their steadfast dedication and service to the residents of Oxnard. She also congratulates Councilmember Bert Perello, Councilmember Gabe Taran, and Councilmember Gabby Pasua on their recent re-elections. Congresswoman Brownlee looks forward to continuing to work with all of you, as well as Mayor John Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem Brian McDonald, and Councilmember Oscar Madrigal, to best serve the residents of this great city in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando. Please thank the Congresswoman for the good words. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Stephen Leclerc. Stephen.
Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, I am here today to congratulate the three incumbents, Councilmember Perello, Turan, and Basua, on a remarkable victory. Your campaigns reflected the very best of grassroots, ethical, and positive campaigning. It is a true hallmark of what I hope is to come for our city. Your win margin, and sometimes we don't like to talk about that, but I think in this case it reflects a remarkable vote of confidence by the community in the direction that the city is going. It actually reflects one of the largest victory margins, not only in recent history in the city of Oxnard, but also in Ventura County. This city has moved from a place of instability only a few years ago to being at the forefront in many policy and programmatic areas. After a long 10 years of hard work, the city is solvent and preparing for a bright future. I also want to thank, of course, former Mayor Tim Flynn, the late Supervisor Carmen Ramirez, and the current Supervisor V.N.A. Lopez for their contributions to this work. You all have built on that great success. Of course, none of this would have been possible without great staff and city leadership led by wonderful Mr. Nguyen and others who believed that if we made the hard decisions a few years ago, this city would be reaching a bright future today, and they were right. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually.
So, Mayor, before we move on to the next part of this item, I just wanted to reiterate that the resolution that was adopted was to declare the results of the canvass of the November 8th election, and that included the three offices on the council, as well as the passage of the ballot measure B that was on there.
Thank you so much for the clarification. Councilman Perrello, would like to share a couple of words? Okay, Councilman Basua.
Measure C.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrello. I would like to take this moment and acknowledge very important people in my life. I'm going to start with my sister. She was the backbone of my campaign.
Is she here?
She is not. She's watching, though.
Okay.
So I want to acknowledge her. She every weekend she said, "Okay, what's on the agenda today?" And even if I couldn't go walking, she walked for me. So I want to really thank her. I want to thank my sister-in-law and my niece Jenny, my twin brothers Sammy and Alex. They together created a team of their own, and they were a great champion for me. So thank you. I love you all very much. To the organizations, individuals, and labor groups that supported me through this campaign and endorsed me. The work that we have started, we will continue to do. Thank you so much for the support. And I hope that the next 4 years are even better than the last two. And I say the last two because Oxnard kind of has turned, you know, in regards to where we're heading. So I'm really excited about that. To my parents, they are they are who they raised me. So I am who I am because of them. So I thank them from the bottom of my heart. Para mis papás, mi mamá y mi papá, yo soy la persona que soy porque fui criada por ellos. Y le doy gracias a Dios todos los días por darme una familia tan maravillosa. To my children, two of my boys were not here during this campaign season, so they were really happy because they didn't get to walk. But my daughter, who is in the audience today, she is.
Stand up.
Emily, stand up. She went ahead and recruited some classmates, and they together did a lot of the walking. And as she's here right now, I'm going to embarrass her a bit. I want to congratulate her and tell her how proud I am of her. Just yesterday, she committed to play soccer at the next level in college. So as a mom, I'm extremely, extremely proud of you. Continue to be who you are. Do not be quiet like your mother, because, you know, you were raised by me after all. And you are going to do amazing things. As I'm saying that, today my son, Jacob, also finished his last final, and he's officially a college graduate. So even though I'm sure he's watching from Philadelphia, I'm very proud of you too. I'm very proud of you, Nathan, even though I see you smiling and I know you got out of walking this time around. And to my husband, who puts up with me in and out every single day. Yes, he is.
Can you stand?
The mayor would like you to stand. He gets to put up with me. And I thank him for those late council night meetings when I get home and I'm all wound up. And I think you guys know what I mean. And he still has to listen to me, talk. So thank you. You are my rock. You always have been, and you will continue to be.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella. Oh, Teron.
Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. Well, I would like to first, give thanks to everyone who has supported me all throughout these efforts. And something I have not mentioned publicly because I wanted to wait until after November of 2022 to say it is with the appointment process. And I was appointed to take on this role after the late Carmen Ramirez was elected to supervisor. During that appointment process, I never once reached out to any of the council members at that time. I didn't lobby for myself. I didn't contact with them. I went full no contact, which was probably nice for them because leading up to that, I had been contacting them fairly often with my comments and emails and questions and things. And so they got a little break from me for a couple weeks. But I wanted to, if I were to be appointed, I wanted to be based on the merits of what I've done in the community, the efforts I've made to further the neighborhood council system, and what I had done for the community in partnership with our rec department and our parks division when I was a Parks and Rec commissioner. I felt that my work spoke for itself. I didn't feel like I needed to lobby the council members because I felt that the work I'd already done was enough proof for itself, and that the community who came out that evening at the appointment meeting were going to speak on behalf of that as well. And so I want to first thank everybody who supported my efforts and my seeking of the appointed position. And I do want to share that the voters actually got a pretty good deal because you got a 9-month trial period with me to see if you liked me or not. And then you got like an extended warranty in November of 21 to see if you still liked me a year later. And so running in 2 back-to-back elections was a lot of work, but it was absolutely worth it. And I'd do it all over again because I love this community. I love being able to serve it in any way I can. And I feel that this level is such a great fit in being able to be here, represent our city, and be able to influence the positive change that we're currently making as a council and as a community and continue moving that work forward. So I do want to thank for now this election for November 2022. I want to thank all the folks who continue to support that work, including the mayor, who has always been a great cheerleader behind the scenes and, says, things like, you're great, you got this, we know that you are doing this for all the right reasons. And so thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, for all those kind words, especially during the really contentious decisions we had sometimes.
You're welcome.
So there's that. And then I also would like to thank the many working families and labor groups who saw the work I had done in this role and saw what I was about and put their support to help me, including walking the district and the many, many precincts that we have. I think we passed out 5,000 door hangers, and I'm so appreciative of the many people who were willing to put feet on the ground for me. That includes Mr. Auclair, who spoke earlier as well, and all of the folks who he helped recruit to help with that effort. So all of that to say that it's been very humbling to be able to start through the appointment process, go 9 months through that, get elected in a special election, go another year, and then get elected in the general election. And before I move on to my family, I do absolutely have to thank our staff who've been really great. They were great to work with before being on council, and now they're still great to work with being at this level as well. And I always try to, when I ask them things, I don't want it to sound like I'm saying, I want you to do this. I try and frame it as, hey, what does this mean? Or, hey, can we look into this? And I think there's been an adjustment where they're learning that I don't dictate things. I really, truly want to ask questions and get to know something before we kind of move forward with discussions of it. So thank you to the staff. They've been great. But I do want to thank Carmen Ramirez also, the late Carmen Ramirez, former supervisor, former mayor pro tem, and the council member or former council member who sat in the seat that I now have been entrusted with. And I've shared this a number of times, but the neighborhood council meetings I would have as a neighborhood council chair, she would always come if I invited her. She would always share and answer questions. She would always take notes. But after the meeting, she would sit with my grandfather and me, and she would always say, "When are you going to run for city council? We need someone like you on our council." And I was like, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not up for that kind of abuse, Carmen." Like I wasn't interested, but as time went on, I really thought about it, and I told myself, if Carmen gets elected in November 2020, then all right, I'll run for her seat. And when she got elected, I kind of had to say, okay, are you really going to do this? Yes or no? And I'm glad I did. But Carmen saw something in me that I didn't yet see in myself. And I will be forever grateful for her because of that. And her memory will always live on in this community, but it will have an especially close place in my heart for me because of what I've been able to now see in myself and accomplish from those words. So, of course, I saved the best for last, and that is my family. And my family has been the biggest supporters out of everybody. And in the audience today, I have my uncle Greg and my grandfather Greg, my grandmother Mary, my mom Adrienne is here, and then my beautiful wife Anna, and then my daughters Charlotte and Sydney. And they have always been there for me way before this, even when I was on Parks and Rec and in neighborhood council. And as Councilmember Perello says, I never got a cup of coffee or a tank of gas or anything like that. That was all just community stuff that I love doing, and they always supported it.
Him stand?
Sure, the mayor would like you to stand. So.
Come on, so let's recognize him. Come on, kids. Hey, Grandpa can remain seated. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say that I've mentioned before the humble beginnings that my family had, and my grandfather and my grandmother, even with recent health issues and things that come with their young age, they still helped out with this campaign. My grandfather made phone calls and asked people in District 2, the northern part in El Rio and El Rio West, if they'd put up yard signs. And we got a great sign that my grandfather got us, and the mayor saw it, and he called me and said, "That's a great spot for a sign," right on River Park Boulevard, right on the corner of
It was an
Bowie
open
Avenue.
house sign.
Yeah. So my grandfather was able to get some really great signs, talk to people. No matter how they could, they were very supportive. And even my mom and my cousin delivered door hangers last year and this year, and just got a lot of steps in the process, and was always supportive. And I know that my mom and my sister and me, it was just the three of us for a long time, and then she remarried, and I know it was a lot of challenging times, but I'm glad that I'm able to be here and hopefully represent our family and our community well in everything I do. And so I want to thank all of them. My Uncle Greg, everybody always says, "Oh, are you related to Greg? You're related to Bubba?" Yes, I am. It's my uncle. So he's, just by knowing him, I think I probably got some votes there. So, and lastly, my wife and my two daughters, everything I do somehow relates back to them in some way, shape, or form. I don't do this because it's going to get me famous or get me, into assembly or anything one day. That's not my goal. My goal is to do right by my community, make it a better place, so that hopefully my daughters can inherit a really great Oxnard that they can move forward and do even greater things than any of us up here can do. And I wouldn't be able to do this at all if it wasn't for the support of my wife, Anna. And I has been essentially working 3 full-time jobs the last 2 years in council, my day job, and in running for election. And so I know that my time has been very limited, but we still find time for one another and for our kids. But now I have one less full-time job now that I don't have to run for election for 4 years. And so she's always been supportive. And just like Councilwoman Basua said, she's always willing to listen when I come home at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. And I say, do you want to hear what happened at tonight's meeting? And she usually says, no, I was watching it. And so I just am so thankful for all of them and everything that they've done to support me. And so thank you to the voters for this opportunity to serve you for the next 4 years. I promise to do well and always make the decision I feel is best for the greater good and the broader community. And I am totally accessible. Like, I am here, like, email me, contact me, let me know what's up. I am always willing to listen and see what we can do to continue making this community great. So thank you very much, Mayor, for the time.
And Councilman Teran, I want to kind of welcome your uncle here, Baba Teran. Him and I worked in Ventura County. He worked for Jeff Pratt in Public Works for many, many years. So put your hands together for Baba. No, I'm not giving Jeff Pratt a lot of, kudos. I'm giving you the kudos. So remember that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Councilmember?
Thank you very much. The very first thing, I'd like to thank one of the public speakers for something a little different. You may not be aware of this. Mr. Eclair took time to go to Georgia to make sure that the vote got out, and I want to thank you. This is one councilman that knows every vote counts. One election, I won by 10 votes. Every vote counts. Mr. Leclerc, you're a tribute to your family, going back and doing what you did. Thank you. And the first group that I would like to thank, the candidates that ran for election. There were 3 other candidates in District 1. I'd like to thank all the candidates that ran. We had local people running on water districts, school boards, various things. It takes a lot to get into the ring and tango. And I remember an individual, Ed Castillo, told me, to former mayor, Dr. Lopez, that democracy is not a spectator sport. You got to get involved. And ultimately getting involved is entering a campaign, something I never ever thought that I would do, but I will talk about that in a moment. I'd like to talk about this campaign. I'm fortunate that my record and the work that was put in by people that volunteered and helped financially and with work and volunteerism, I was reelected. I represent several districts, several neighborhoods in the city of Oxnard: South Bank, Windsor North, River Ridge, Golf Course, which is Cypress Point, Victoria Estates, Cabrillo, Sea Air, Seaview, Via Marina, Channel Islands, Oxnard Dunes, Oxnard Shores, and Hollywood by the Sea, neighborhoods of residents in Oxnard that can vote in District 1. I'm grateful for their support. The people that voted against me, I still will work to do the best that I can for every resident in Oxnard, not just District 1. When I got on this council, I was in support of districts. That's not how it worked out. There were 3 of us here that were, at the time, Oscar Madrigal and Brian McDonald. And districts came about because of a lawsuit, not for lack of trying on council members. We represent the entire city. There's a vacant seat sitting next to me for a council member yet to be determined. And it's going to be an interesting election. The issues and sometimes the personalities involved, and sometimes the social media, the comments, and sometimes I have to, it always happens, as a matter of fact, after the fact, I say I shouldn't have said that. Sometimes I say things that I wasn't raised that way, but they slip. The success of the city of Oxnard from the time that I got involved in a neighborhood council, because a wife with a very sharp elbow got me involved, and we found out that there were things that happened in a specific area of North Oxnard where people were sick. And coming from a family that had been involved in various things, I knew that health, safety, and welfare is as big as it can get. You can't do anything better than to fight for health, safety, and welfare. and got involved in a neighborhood council. Councilmember Zaragoza was a council member at that time. He can recall he was influential in getting some things resolved. But some of the biggest assistance came from former Supervisor John Flynn. John Flynn jumped in with both feet, and I had been warned, get John Flynn to help, but get out of his way because he can be a bulldozer. And that's a fact. He did tremendous work. I see Miss Brown coming in, and I want to thank Miss Brown for all the work that she's done in the past and support. She doesn't live in my district, but I want to thank her anyway, because this is a tireless working woman in the city of Oxnard. Getting a little off subject there. My reason for running again, I want to make sure that the council goes in the direction that this current administration and the council, sometimes we disagree, but for the most part, we work in collaboration for the best of the city of Oxnard. But there are, again, only 3 that were on the council that remember what it was like. Remember what it was like when we were borrowing short-term money, 3-month money, to pay the covenants on bonds so they wouldn't be called. People don't remember. The new members on council were not privy to some of that stuff. It's not confidential, it was public, but very few people in the public paid attention. The tremendous efforts by the council and the management that's in place now and the skilled, very skilled people that he's brought in to work for the city have made a tremendous difference. A peeve that I have is the local press, where Mr. Stein and Ms. Brown are sitting. There used to be a reporter that would sit there, and they would cover the issues of the city of Oxnard. And I've been told I have 10 minutes, and I'm going to probably milk them out here bad. So as it goes on, we had very little coverage of the successes in the city of Oxnard. I haven't always agreed with Vida newspaper, but my hat's off to Mr. Munoz and Vida newspaper. They're the only publication that put the facts of how well the city of Oxnard is financially. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a big deal. It's a tremendously big deal. You're looking at other cities around us and changes being made and questions being asked. Those questions aren't being asked in the city. My hopes for the future in District 1 as well as the city of Oxnard, and I'll speak specifically of the issues in District 1. We have a seawalls issue. And a seawalls issue is, some people will remember, some people won't. Some people were not even born when Channel Islands Harbor was built. When things are built, whether it's your house or your child, there comes a time when you need to do repair, maintenance and repair. There are things that need maintenance and repair in the marina. The channel and seawalls are one of them. The city is working with the residents to accomplish that. It's not going to be an overnight deal. It's not inexpensive. But the city of Oxnard, this council, made a commitment to be deeply involved in that progress. Another item specifically for District 1 and District 2 are the levees. The levee issue is an extremely important issue. We're in a drought. But in this area, there have been flooding, significant flooding. 1969 was very significant flooding. River Park is called River Park for a reason. SCR 1 and SCR 3 need work to have this thing accomplished. Another major item that takes place, happens to be in District 1, is the issue with the water quality in the Channel Islands Harbor. These issues are not simply benefiting Oxnard's District 1, Council District 1. I use this analogy. If we're in a rowboat and we're out at sea and it starts leaking and somebody doesn't put their thumb in the hole or help bail, eventually everybody's going to get wet. We have to work together. We have to work together. The areas that this city has done tremendous work, I attribute to our good fortune to hire the city manager that we have at the current time. I make no bones, I didn't agree with the past city manager. He wasn't aware of everything that was happening, but I believe he could have handled it a little differently, but hindsight's 20/20. I could have handled myself differently also. I'm fortunate to work with the council members that are here and whoever will fill the seat next to me. Going forward, it mentioned tonight when we had the college here, and we gave them accolades. And I think it was the president, Mayor, was it the president that mentioned the financing? This city, and to the credit of the management of this city, they've come forward and shown the discrepancies of Oxnard versus Ventura versus Moore Park. I don't have to hang my head to meet anybody from any other city in this council. As a matter of fact, I serve on boards with members from other city councils. And I get asked questions like, why are you guys asking these kinds of questions? Meaning the city of Oxnard. It's a new day in Oxnard. Oxnard's not taking a back seat. Oxnard's not going to be the dumping ground or the whipping boy or girl for this county. We're working with everybody, other cities, the county, the state, and the federal government for the betterment of this community. I promise you, I will not bring shame to this city on my actions on this council. I'll do my best to serve every resident, those that voted for me, those that didn't, and those that didn't care to vote. And those that didn't care to vote, ladies and gentlemen, there are places in the world, if you take 5 minutes and watch the news, people are dying for the right to self-govern. That involves a vote. Pay attention to what's going on. It isn't all fun and games. We're very fortunate. And in the future, when the levies are done, specifically in South Bank, the South Bank Neighborhood Council, when SCR 3 is completed, the majority of it is completed, I hope to somehow there's something that recognizes the people that were instrumental in that. The Tedeschi family, the Davis family, the Walton family, the Childress family, the Arthur family. There were a lot of people that put a lot of blood, sweat, and guts to get the city where it is now. I want to remind everyone on this council and everyone listening that levee project is a tremendous undertaking, but it's been a decade in the works and is still not completed. Nothing happens overnight. One of the biggest and hardest lessons for an elected official, myself specifically, to learn when you get involved. You think things are going to happen quick, and they don't. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to welcome my three peers back to the dais, and I'm reminded of a sitcom that was a long, long time ago where it's called Welcome Back, Kotter, and there was a song involved in it singing Welcome Back, and I was going to sing it for you, but I don't want to clear the chambers out, so I will just pass on that. But I think your reelection is a testament to what you've accomplished while you've been here, the campaigns that you ran, and to you as persons. I look forward to 4 more years, or at least 2 more years of working with you, and we'll go from there. But congratulations to all three of you, and I'm happy that you're still here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oscar.
Similar to Mayor Pro Tem, really looking forward to the next 2 years of working with everyone up here. I am very proud of the campaign all three of you ran. Very well ran campaigns, just looking at results. And I did tell people in the community, and as some people have said, it is a testament of how well you three are doing up here, is I didn't even feel that there was an election coming up way back in October. So it's a great job by all three of you, and I'm really looking forward to the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I also want to congratulate Bert Perello and Gabby Basu and Councilmember Turan. And I want to thank really the public for the re-election, and it's encouraging that that we have the residents that have the confidence in re-electing our council members. And like I've said before, and I've said it over and over again, I believe that this is probably the best city council and best agency that I've worked for and with, and also the staff, you know, and with our city manager, with the public works department, with the different departments. I believe that we just have a great city council, a great staff, and we have a lot of projects that we completed and a lot of projects that we continue to work on. So I think that that's going to help the entire city tremendously. So, and again, also was mentioned before too, you know, I want to thank all the other candidates that ran for city council. It's a tough position to run. There's a lot of work, you know, been done. So I want to thank the individuals that ran for city council and didn't make it, and I'm sure that they have some positive work ahead of us, and potentially, hopefully, that they can support us. So thank you again, and congratulations, council members, and we have a great, great city that we need to continue to advance. So at this time, what I would like to do is we're gonna take about a 15-20 minute break. I don't think I have any additional speakers. I mentioned that initially, right? Madam Clerk?
No additional speakers for this item, Mayor. Thank you.
So what, if we'll take a 15-20 minute break, and I understand that Martha Guillen and the city manager and Danya give us some goodies that we have. Let's take a 15-20 minute break. It's cookies and coffee. Thank you. Let's enjoy, Raina. Martha?
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. Well, the names have all changed since you hung around, but those dreams have remained and they've turned around. Who'd have thought they'd lead you? Who'd have thought they'd lead you? Here where we need you. Here where we need you. Yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back. 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 We always could spot a friend. Welcome back. And I smile when I think how you must have been. And I know what a scene you were learning in. Was there something that made you come back again? And what could ever lead you?
I think Diego turned me down.
Yeah, where we need you. Yeah, where we need you. Yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him
It's a
on
short
the
song.
spot. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Half the people in the stream.
Welcome back. Welcome back. And I know the scene you were learning in. Was there something that made you come back again? And what could ever lead you?
We're back in session again after a brief break and to celebrate the reelection of our council members. So we're going to go into items not in the agenda, but before I continue, I'd like to share that if you're here for consent item K9, that's going to be pulled, just in case. If consent item number K9 from the fire department will be pulled, just for information if you're here. So, so we have now items on the agenda. I have one speaker, and that's Mr. Larry Stein. Mr. Stein, 3 minutes.
Now, I wish to hope you have a happy holiday, Christmas, New Year's, Kwanzaa, celebration of life, whatever you want to do. I hope you all have an enjoyable one. I'm somewhat concerned, Mr. Mayor. The City Attorney's Office and the City Clerk's Office, again, has still not responded back and provided the documents I've asked for in June. I asked for such things such as the balance sheets for June 30th, 2022. I was told I was going to have those documents in October. This is in December. What happened in 2 weeks and 3 weeks we're supposed to get public documents? The city clerk and the city attorney's office is refusing to make these documents available. Likewise, documents pertaining to fixed assets I asked for in June. I was told I received these in October. Still, I've not received these documents. I have a number of public record requests I submitted in June the city has not responded to. I do know, Mr. Mayor, I've contacted you numerous times in the last 2 months about these documents, and your office said you'll get back to me. You'll get back to me. What's the city getting back to me if you're not going to give me the documents? It's my understanding there's something called a Public Records Act. We're supposed to get a response in so many days, not so many months. So how come the city attorney keeps violating the law? I'm only supposed to talk to 2 people in the city, the CFO and the city attorney, Jason Saragosa. He does not communicate with me. He does not make these public documents available to me. No explanation. But the city clerk has these public record requests marked closed. How can they be closed if the documents have not been made available to me? I got reports from fire department you can't read. I sent you copies of those reports. You can't read them. Nobody can read them. But that's satisfactory by the city attorney's office. That's okay by him. It's okay with the city clerk's office. But what the heck? We're just members of the public. We have an issue of a $50 million overpass that was designed, or supposed to be funded. It was funded a number of years ago through our licensing fees. This was due to an accident caused by a driver crossing on railroad tracks instead of a street in the fog. How many foggy days do we have? What, 5, 10 foggy days a year? But we decided to spend $50 million on this project. The city's already spent $4 or $5 million on this project. Still no overpass. 10 years later. That sounds a lot like the GREAT program. You got $50 million set aside this year from the federal government. Still no wells. We have an operational well that's supposed to be operational, but we don't have the well. You spent millions of dollars to build the GREAT program and AWTF. We even put a recreational room in there, an auditorium, so to speak, but still no well.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional speakers for items that are on the agenda?
Mayor, we have one virtual speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Public speaker with phone number ending in 6377.
Hello.
Hi, yes, please go ahead and introduce yourself if you would like. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Manuel Herrera. Well, another election has come and gone, and once again, the residents of Oxnard have spoken. The voters of Oxnard voted based on the information they had. In other words, they saw right through the tactics of two of Aaron Starr candidates in District 1 and 2 races, and the voting results reflect that perfectly. Despite the numerous stretching of the truth and misinformation that were told by the camps of those candidates, the voters have seen the actual leadership and effectiveness of Bert Perello, Gabe Turan, and Gabby Basua, and they voted based on that information to allow them the privilege of continuing to serve us all. At the same time, I will say again that the public voted based on the information they had. As for Measure C, they likely did not have the whole story, which, like Aaron Starr's other measures he has written, was seemingly done on purpose. You see, under the surface in Starr's measure was a mechanism that actually takes away the rights of the voters and has a potential to give us a line of inexperienced, possibly ineffective mayors. Starr's measure limits the mayor and the city council members to 2 consecutive terms. Then they must take a 2-year break. The problem is that if you want a mayor who actually has some experience as a council member, the most they can serve is 1 term as council member followed by 1 term as mayor, and that's it. They have now termed out and can't run again for a 3rd consecutive term. If the voters elected that person the first time and then again the second time, even if they felt that person was a great representative, Aaron Starr's measure has taken away the right of the voters to keep that person around for another term. Not only that, but perhaps Starr is banking on the fact that there are only so many people in the city who will run, and eventually one of his own hand-picked candidates or he himself will finally be able to get elected. I hope the public can see why this will be a problem, especially for the mayor's seat. So while I respect that Measure C passed, I truly believe that Starr pulled yet another fast one on everyone. Need I remind the public that so far 3 previous measures authored by Starr were ruled as illegal by the courts and even violated state laws. For these reasons, I am asking that members of the public join me in asking our city council to create a future ballot measure to modify this back to at least 3 terms. And when a council member becomes mayor, their term limit clock should rightfully start over. So that way we, the voters, can decide who gets to represent us and not have Aaron Starr continue to limit our choices. Thank you and congratulations to our re-elected officials.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any additional speakers on items that are on the agenda?
We do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Now we go to item G. This is a report of the city manager. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any updates except for one short video that we'd like to play. So I'm going to have that queued up, and it speaks for itself, so it's on its way.
Like many mechanical devices, our water meters wear out and lose accuracy over time. Meters have a limited useful life and eventually require replacement as they can fail, not accurately account for water use, and even start to leak our precious resource, water.
Over the next 3 years, the City of Oxnard will replace all Oxnard water customers' meters through its Advanced Meter Infrastructure Project, called the AMI project for short. Here are answers to some frequently asked questions from Oxnard water customers about the project.
As we are replacing every Oxnard water customer meter, the project will take about 3 years to complete. In order to manage the AMI project, the city has divided all Oxnard water customers into 6 zones. To find out when your meter will be replaced, go to the website www.oxnardwater.org and enter your address. This will inform you which zone you are in and of the anticipated month and year of your meter replacement.
City of Oxnard is committed to making sure that every customer receiving a new meter is notified in advance and throughout the process. Together with our project contractors, Badger Meter and Professional Meters Inc., PMI for short, we will be notified of the meter replacement in 3 of the following ways. By mail. When the meter of your property is scheduled for replacement, you'll receive an informational mailer containing meter information and a tentative project schedule at least 30 days in advance. By door hanger, you'll also receive a door tag notification on your door prior to the estimated meter replacement 1 week in advance with an outline of the procedure and how long you can expect to be out of water service. Street signs. There will be signage at the street entrances to remind residents that replacements are happening in your neighborhood on the days of meter replacement.
Water meters are usually located in the ground near the curb in front of your house. They may also be located behind your home in the alley.
All you have to do is make sure that the meter is accessible to the city's contractors with no obstruction to the meter, such as a locked gate or parked car over the meter. The installation process is simple. There's usually only about a 20 to 30 minute interruption to your service, and residents receiving a new meter don't even have to be home during the process. On the day of replacement, workers will knock at your door or ring your doorbell to notify you that they will begin work. If you do not answer and they are unable to access and replace your meter, the workers will place a door tag on your door to let you know that they were unable to replace your water meter as planned and who will call to reschedule a replacement. For more information about the AMI project, please visit www.oxnardwater.org or call 805-385-8136.
And
Thank
that's
you.
it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So anyway, the resident has to be home when they're going to replace that meter then?
The answer, I believe, is no, but we have our experts here, so they'll come up
Do
and
not
answer
have to
that
be home.
question. And as they're coming up, I just want to say, so you saw our fantastic team in the video.
Very, very good, yeah.
Mr. Beeman, whenever he's on, I wanted the background music to be ZZ Top.
So Michael,
But Ms. Katie Casey overruled me.
so Michael, if I'm going to replace my meter, I don't have to be home.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. The answer to your question, Mr. Mayor, is you do not have to be home.
Oh, good, okay. Thank you.
Now, if there's a special instance where we cannot replace it for some reason, we'll leave the door hanger, provide you information to call to reschedule. So in those situations, we may need to interact with the customer, but for most time, it'll just be knocking if they're just to let them know. And if they're not there, we'll leave the hanger, and then we'll go ahead and do the work.
That's excellent video. That's really, really good. Councilwoman Basu.
Thank you, Mayor. So my meter has already been replaced. Very easy process. The only thing is that they kind of do leave a door hanger. And if you don't pay attention and you always use your garage, you're going to miss it. And
okay.
so
Good
that's
point.
the only thing.
Good point.
And I missed it, and I actually was home during lunch, and somebody knocked on the door. And I was like, okay. And then I realized that they had the door hanger there. So if our residents are like me and only use their garage to enter their
I do the
homes,
same thing.
you're gonna miss your door, but your flyer. But it's a very easy process, very professional. They knocked. They said, "We're here to change your meter. It'll take 10 minutes. It was located outside. Your water's gonna be off," and that was it.
Excellent, excellent.
So, but yes, we have to check our doors if we're not used to, going through our front doors.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I believe some of the neighborhoods that have had their cast iron pipes replaced with PVC, such as I think Bryce Canyon, Fremont North, and Colonia, have they already had their meters replaced, or are they still with the older meters and this is something that'll happen later? Because I know Fremont North, when I saw the work, the pipes were replaced up to the meter, it seemed like.
Yeah, those detailed questions I'll have to ask Ms. Arnold to come up with.
No worries.
She's probably right behind me, right?
Okay.
Tatiana No, City Engineer. So those meters have not been replaced. So we have yet to replace those meters in Fremont North and Bryce Canyon. At the time of that project, this hadn't started yet, so we hadn't even made a selection for the meter at the time.
Okay, great. Just so folks in that neighborhood can know they can expect that too. So another upgrade for their water delivery. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you again. If for additional questions, 805-385-8196 or, yeah. Oh, Councilor Perrella?
To the Public Works staff, it's a great video presentation. And the hangers on the doors, I live in a neighborhood with the same thing, but I learned this during the campaign season, and especially at this time of the year. There are residents that receive products, you know, FedEx, Apple, they drop them at the front door, and there will be leaves on top of them. So you need to check your front doors, ladies and gentlemen. There are packages there that are just begging to be ripped off.
Was that, thank you, 8136 or? I think I might have said 96.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, 8136 is the last four of that.
Thank you, excellent, excellent video. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, our next item, item H, and this is for the city council members. If you have any brief announcements you'd like to make, or you have any activities that you have to place in future agendas, in 3 minutes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the committees I sit on representing the city of Oxnard is the Ventura County Transportation Commission. And the commission has just released a draft of the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, also called the CTP, which is a long-range planning document addressing the future of transportation in Ventura County for the next 20 to 30 years. And that was released during the first part of this month. The draft is available on the VCTC website at goventura.org/CTP. And the commission is looking for feedback from community members, cities, and other stakeholders. So if you would like to comment on that plan, please go to the website and submit comments prior to January 10th of 2023, if you want to be involved in the commission's long-range traffic planning efforts. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Perrella?
Thank you. Since the past meeting, I've had the opportunity to attend a meeting for this representing the city of Oxnard and the Bicep Insurance, Fox Canyon, and the VRSD. I also had an extremely pleasurable opportunity to attend a meeting not in my neighborhood, Councilman McDonald's neighborhood, Marina West. The chair, Pat Headet, I believe, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Haidet, H-A-I-D-E-T, ran a tremendous show. Every question that was asked of the city manager who made a presentation was answered. And also, Corporal for the Oxnard Police Department, Enrique Alvarez, did a tremendous amount of question and answer. It was a very well-attended meeting. They have meetings every month. And ladies and gentlemen, this particular meeting, they provided desserts. And one of them was spiced apple cider. And it was not, a non-alcoholic, but it was extremely good. And his recipe was, he warms up the apple cider, throws half a dozen sticks of cinnamon in it, brings it up to a certain temperature, and brings it to the meeting. It went over tremendously well. I want to thank that. The comments, aside from that, I want to thank the voters again for bringing the incumbents back on the council. I believe it shows support for the direction the city's going. I also want to thank the voters for Measure E, because in the campaign, there were discussions about why certain things are being done, and the voters' support of the incumbents and previous to that, Measure E, has been very significant. As an aside, something that I'd like to think that the city council can address. There is an issue with the people that acted as translators for our armed forces in Afghanistan that have been left behind. Apparently there's well over 100,000 people, members that were translators and their families. Their lives are being taken by the insurgents that are there now controlling the country. I believe that we have a commitment to help people that helped our troops live and survive that combat zone, very similar to what we had with Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos. We brought those people in. I hope that the council can look at something and make a statement to get to our congressman. We can carry it. I know this is a little bit out, but this is America. You don't leave people behind. These are people that put their lives and their families at risk. We made a commitment. Your word's supposed to matter. I would also like to thank all the people that are
celebrating, whether religious or not, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and it happens to be the third night of Hanukkah. But religion is a big deal in this country. But the freedom of religion is a bigger deal. And sometimes people lead with their religious views, and that causes our country to have some separation, which we don't need. I wish you all the very best in the holiday season. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, Councilor Pessoa?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everybody happy holidays.
Thank you. Oscar?
Thank you, everyone. I'll just speak briefly right now during the holiday season. Thank you to everyone who, are doing community events, helping out others in the community. I happened to attend a Posadas event with the mayor on Saturday at Rose Park. Before the mayor got there, actually, there was a local business, carpet cleaning company, California Steam. They just stopped by, honked, and dropped off 3 trucks full of toys for the kids in the neighborhood. To them, my kudos and respects. Thank you to all the other local businesses giving toys and bringing cheer during the holiday season to kids throughout the city. And at the same time, I understand, this is busy season. I understand people are shopping late or last minute. But, the whole purpose of the season is for us to get along and work well together. Unfortunately, as much as, I'm here to say all the positive things that are going on in the community, same time, I also get negative things going on in the community where, some businesses take advantage of people in our community and, other things happen and, it becomes a huge argument over nothing. So thank you to all of everyone in our community who is doing the right thing during the holiday season. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Councilor Trump?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple quick items. First, I attended the South Bank Neighborhood Council meeting, and it was a really good turnout again. They have a really great executive board, and they had some really great discussion on some items, and we're able to move forward on those to have those issues addressed. And I also attended Santa's workshop at the Police Activities League this past weekend. And I know there were multiple versions of the event throughout the city. That's the one I attended. I want to thank our recreation department and the community agencies they partnered with to put that together. It was a really great event, and there were pictures of Santa, and young people and adults could go around and work on a number of different crafts and play games and things throughout the PAL gym. So thanks again to our rec department who put those things together, including the Santa's float, which has been traveling across the city the last week or so. And it's always great to see that tradition continue to go. Our Oxnard College men's soccer team was here earlier. Just congratulations again to them. Again, congratulations for all the great work that and dedication they had to the sport and making this city look good. And I appreciate what was said about them being able to defeat teams that were more highly resourced than Oxnard College is. And that's a testament to working with what you have, and true talent and dedication can take you very far. I'd also like to say thank you to Miss Calderon from Chavez School. She had invited me to speak to her dual language class this past week, 8th grade students, and it was really great. And we talked a little bit about just pathways that folks take to coming to the United States and the city of Oxnard. I talked about my family's history, and it coincided with a book that they're reading in their class as well. And so just thank you for the opportunity. They were a really great group. I also want to give thanks and a shout out to Pacifica High School special education teacher, Ms. Velia Soto. She had contacted me to let me know about a really great thing that happened out at Pacifica High School recently. She noticed there was an event that was happening for the holidays, and her special education students were likely not going to be able to attend that event. And she had contacted the local artist Young Quicks and mentioned the issue with transportation and her students be able to get to that. And he took it upon himself to instead bring pizzas, gifts, and a visit from Santa to the special education class out at Pacifica High School. And I just want to thank him and the folks who collaborated on that, and Ms. Soto for really making that a very special event for her students. And that goes a long way, and I'm sure they will always remember that. And last two things, happy holidays to all of the residents and folks watching this. It's a time to reflect, and I said this last year, and I'll say it again. Please be mindful that folks who you reach out to and speak to, they may be having a tough time around the holidays. Know that if you yourself or someone who is having a tough time, needs to speak to somebody, or is considering suicide, you can call the 988 number anytime from any phone, a landline, a cell phone, and a person will pick up and can have a conversation with that person who's having thoughts of suicide. You can also text that number, 988, and it will be a text conversation, and that can continue in that form as well. So please be mindful of that and know that we have resources out there. There are people who are willing to listen for anyone who needs to talk. And the last thing I'll say is happy belated birthday to my daughter Sydney, who was here earlier. Just a few days ago, it was her 8th birthday. And so happy birthday to you. She is a December baby, and that's also a signal that my birthday is coming up shortly after. And so I really want to wish her a happy birthday, and thank you to everybody who helped her make that day special. And thank you, Mayor. Oh,
Thank you. Councilor Perrella, you would, additional
Mayor Pro
comment?
Tem owes a song, it sounds like.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding, and the police chief, if he can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we had an officer, Hector Balderrama, retired recently. Is that, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, because
That's important that we congratulate him.
Is
Yes,
the
we
right-
did, just a few weeks ago.
that was his name? Hector
Yes.
Balderrama? Okay, thank you. I'd like to wish him the very best going forward, and thank you for coming up and straightening me out on that, Chief.
Yes, he had 25 years of service with our department. There's a very touching Facebook video, if you go to our department, of him giving his last broadcast over the radio. I definitely say it's good to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. My last item, but I'm going to report.
And one other thing, ladies and gentlemen, when the people that retire from this city, we had one earlier, Mr. Larson, Carl Larson, they picked the career. They picked a career to serve the public. The gentleman that, just Mr. Balderrama, picked a career to serve in public safety. And we acknowledge them for the service they provide the city, because they've made our city better. The citizens, the residents, and the businesses in this community much better. And Mayor, I want to take a personal moment here. I didn't see them when they came in. Mr. Bill Terry and Miss Gloria Roman sitting in the audience. We talked about getting involved in the running for election. I will never forget the first time that I was sworn into office. Mr. Terry came up at public comment and he said, "Don't forget, Bert, you have more than 3 minutes." And I treasure his support. I treasure his
Did you start
support
that, Terry?
and Gloria support all these years. Thank you very much, and wish you the very best holiday season. Mayor, thank you for letting me exceed my time.
Likewise, it was great to see Gloria and Mr. Terry. I'd also like to share as a mayor, as a council member Madrigal mentioned, that Rose Park was an excellent potluck that they had there the other day, and those folk can really cook, council member, and thank you and your family too for being there. And also this afternoon, or this morning, I had the pleasure to go over to Casa Lopez in La Quette with Javier Gomez. They actually had lunches for 200 plus underserved people this morning, which is really great. And also, I want to share with you that I had the opportunity, and I wish I would have listened to the city manager, and I didn't have time, that I went and gave accommodations to this young lady that was 102 years old, 102 years old, just unbelievable. And additionally, we weren't even satisfied. We had another young lady, 104 years, just unbelievable. And I asked her, says, "Mr. Zavala, what do you want to do? What do you want for dinner?" He says, "Mr. Mayor, I want a steak." Can you believe that? 104 years old, just unbelievable. And also, Chief, I just want to thank your staff and your Assistant Chief Denise. We went over to Santa to the sea over at Nyland Acres. We handed out 2,000 gifts. It just, your troops were there, the deputies were there, probation was there, and our firefighters were there too, you know, to give out those gifts. It was just, I just want to thank Denise and all your officers for the excellent work that they did. And Chief Hamilton, your people were there too, which is really fantastic. So I want to thank you for that. So, and again, to everybody, happy holidays. And this is going to be our last meeting this year, so we'll see people next year. We're not quite finished, but we'll see people next year. Thank you so much for that. Okay, our next item is the city manager item, appointment of council members to serve on various boards, commissions, and committees to replace Councilmember Lopez. The recommendation that the mayor, with the approval of the city council, appoint the members and alternates to the city, from the city. One, to the Beach Erosion Authority for Control of Operations and Nourishment, one primary. Number two, Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors, one alternate. C, Economic Development Collaborative, Ventura County, one primary. D, one Regional Defense Partnership for the 21st Century, one primary. And also E, Ventura County Regional Emergency Alliance, one alternate. And the item number two, that the city council as a whole appoint one council member to the Oxnard Authority. And there is an attached list on this item for all the council members. Council members, what's the pleasure of the board? Moved by Councilmember Perello, second by Teran.
So for clarification, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So that motion is to approve the appointments, and the attachment is in the agenda report for
Yes,
this
sir.
item.
Yes, sir. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Teran,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, council members. And those, by the way, those agencies are really important for the city council to work with. This creates a major partnership between all those agencies in the city. So thank you for that. Our next item is the review of the consent items.
Mr. Mayor, can we
Yes,
just double check for public comment?
I'm sorry.
Can we
Mayor-
double check for public comment?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, it's just
Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this item virtually or in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, okay, our next item is then the public comments on the agenda. We have 9 items, and again, we pulled item number K9, but I do have 2 speakers on this on K2, and the first speaker is Larry Stein, followed by Pat Brown. Larry Stein, followed by Pat Brown on K2.
Mayor, we also do have 1 virtual speaker on this item.
Okay, we'll take him third. Thank you, Larry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and the general public. I'm somewhat concerned about this item pertaining to our water conservation policy. I've asked the City Attorney's Office numerous times for clarification as to why commercial property owners may operate their water features, whereas private residential customers cannot operate their water features. I've gone throughout the city, I see these fountains and other water features running on commercial properties, but I'm not allowed to run my fountain. A lot of money's been spent in my fountain. You know, I've bought some special pumps, just so I can recycle the water from one source to another source. But now we can't water our we can't use our water features. And the City Attorney's Office refuses to provide answers to these questions. What happened to having an open and transparent government? What's happening? What's wrong with communicating to the public? I've written to the City Attorney's Office numerous times on this issue, The city attorney appointed this, Mr. Jason Saragosa, refuses to respond. He refuses to send me emails, he refuses to call me back. So what is the purpose of having members of the public resolve issues and we can't get a response from the staff? How many people in the public come out to these meetings? Out of 200,000 people, how many members of the public are here? 4 or 5. How many members of the public attend these conferences? 3 or 4. Maybe it's because we can't get responses from our staff, simple basic questions, such as why members of the public cannot operate the water features, but members of the commercial properties who have fountains and other facilities, a nice, even more expensive things that I have that use a lot more water than I use, can operate them. Again, thank you for your time, and I'd like to have the city attorney address the issue tonight, because this is his item, and he needs to address that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding, and I don't need a response, is that the city attorney's office has responded, and also our Vanessa people. No responses, please. I'm just sharing with you that they have responded to you, but not to your liking. Thank you so much. Pat Brown. Pat Brown? Yes. K2.
My ears are ringing and I can't hear very well tonight. This is on the wastewater. I discovered something. My neighbors in the mobile home park, most of them don't want to give up watering all their bushes. They'll water their grass, but then they got to water all the bushes too. And a lot of times they'll do it when they're not supposed to, the wrong days of the week and whatnot. So I got to thinking, something's got to be done about this. So in my monthly news magazine to the residents, keep putting in the flyers about not watering anything outside but your lawns. And it's in English and in Spanish, and they totally ignore it. Totally. So what I have decided to do is, when you go to take your shower, and you turn it, and it's a shower and a bath, and you turn on the water, and at first it's cold, and then it gets warm. Well, while it's cold, you can put a bucket in there and collect all that cold water. And so every time you're going to need to water outside, you can use, in your bushes, you can use that water that you couldn't, that was just going down the drain. And so that saves water. So I'm going to make a big deal out of it in the mobile home park and make sure that everybody does that. Because when you turn on the hot water, a lot of times, first thing in the morning especially, you're not going to get hot water right away. It's going to be a little bit. So you keep that cold water and you just keep adding to it. And then when you want to go water the bushes, then you can. I learned this because I don't have any lawn. I took out all the lawns a number of years ago because I got tired of mowing. So I just have bushes and little paths walking through the gardens and just have gardens and no grass at all. So that's how I did it. And they could do the same thing if they wanted to conserve water. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have other speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one
more?
virtual public speaker.
Thank you.
Public speaker with number ending in 4076. Please go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes to speak, and you can introduce yourself if you would like.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and general public. My name is Ray Blattel. This is relative to item K3. California Vehicle Code 627 defines the requirement for engineering and traffic survey processes. Your first bullet in the agenda packet says accident record for the surveyed street requirements for the most recent 3-year period. However, your collision rate analysis used data from January 2017 to December 2019. does this not violate the 3 most recent years criteria, which to me would mean 2020, 2021, and 2022? The statewide integrated traffic record system has no more recent data than 2019 for Oxnard. Are you not using old data? And I was wondering, does this not make your analysis and conclusions a little questionable? I was just wondering. And thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Tatiana, do you want to answer that?
Tatiana, city engineer. So we're using the 3 most recent years that's available data on the state's website. So that is why some of these years are backed up. It's because that's what's most available to us right now.
That's the most recent.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Madam.
Mayor, I'd just like to say that that information was also shared with the Public Works Committee. That's the most recent data.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers in person or virtually.
Okay, council members, we have items 1 through 8, and 9 was, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping that maybe someone from our Public Works staff can address an item that's brought up by Mr. Stein as one of the speakers, and maybe this touches on what he was asking or not, but I'm wondering if our drought restrictions address fountain usage, and if there's different types of fountains and how and when they can be used per those restrictions.
So my recollection is in the Oxnard Municipal Code, it talks about fountains. I don't think it distinguishes between commercial and residential. It says that they need to be closed circuit, so they need to have sort of recirculation. I'd have to look up specifically if it talks about the differentiation between residential and commercial, so I'm not familiar. But my suggestion is we do have a water waste hotline. I would contact that phone number, ask that question, and get a response back from the experts that know that information.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think about like in River Park, where at Central Park, there's a fountain which was turned off for a time, and then I think it was turned on, but with limited features for the water. And I'm wondering if we know if that particular fountain qualifies for closed circuit or that type of usage.
Yeah, I'll have to bring Steve Howlett up, but I'm pretty sure that we looked at that. It's a closed circuit, meaning it has its own recirculation process. We turned off the feature for autofill, I believe, and for other functionalities, but if Mr. Howlett could come up and answer that question.
Sure, thank you.
The details.
Steve?
Councilman Turan, I recall that residents were telling me that one of the reasons it was shut off, the plaster in the bottom cracked, so they had to shut it off because it was leaking, and there was maintenance things and a stream cost to repair it, and then sharing that.
Steve, any additional information?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Yes, as Councilmember Perello just alleviated too, it was a repair for the plaster. It is it's a recirculating fountain, so the water remains contained in the fountain.
Okay, so if people see that fountain in operation, it's because it is recirculating the water, and I seem to recall there were certain extra features that were not activated because I think they were misting features or something along those lines. I don't recall exactly what they were.
Yes, there are fountains for ornamental reasons that can shoot high up into the air, and so whenever there's wind or when there's a drought condition, we just shut those off because it saves water in the fountain.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the additional comments on that.
Thank you. Council members, we have items 1 through 8. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move the recommended action.
Got it first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Teran. Roll call, please. 1 through 8, and 9 was pulled.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perello?
Yes.
Councilmember Teran?
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Basua? Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is reports. This is L1. This is a Human Resource Department. It's approval of the Memorandum of Understanding with the International Association of Firefighters. The recommendation of the City Council of the City of Oxnard adopt a resolution approving the successor memorandum of understanding between the City of Oxnard and the International Association of Firefighters, and authorizing the city manager or designee to take the necessary administrative action to implement the agreement. Again, there was a Measure M pre-recorded item, and we do have Steve Naveau if we have any questions. Council members, any questions? And before we do we have any speakers on this item?
We have one virtual speaker.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Speaker with number ending in 4076. Please go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes, and please introduce yourself if you would like.
Good evening. Again, this is Ray Blattel, Mayor, council members, city staff, and general public. Again, city staff claims that the fiscal impact over the 4-year period is $2,795,965. Again, this amount is understated. You have the true total cost for the fiscal impact with your budget methodology value, that is $6,016,983. So the fiscal impact is actually $6,016,983, more than double what you call a fiscal impact. The $6,016,983 value should be listed as the true fiscal impact value in the agenda packet, not the $2,795,965. And I'm not sure how you derived your percentage increases over the base compensation. However, based on how I think you derive these values, the $6,016,983 amounts to just over a 34% increase over the base compensation. This is quite an increase. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Naveau, Mr. Moore?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think we've answered this question by Mr. Blattel before, but the number he is referencing is the sum of all of the 3 years in terms of the impact. So if you were to come up with a percentage using that method, you would that would be the numerator, the number on the top. The number on the bottom would be the sum of the total compensation over those 3-year period. So that it's an inaccurate way to represent it the way he's showing it. We've had CFOs that have explained this to him in the past before. So this is a continual question that comes up, but his methodology is wrong. We're showing what the total impact is to the employee for the 3-year period.
Which is important. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, any questions?
Mr. Naveau, is there any way that you think that could be explained a little simpler for the general public and maybe Mr. Blattel to understand?
Or it's a combination of 3. Well, go ahead.
And I understand what Mr. Moore said, but is there something you could add?
No, I think the way Mr. Moore explained it, I mean, it's the cumulative.
It's a true cost.
And explain to me if I'm thinking wrong. If I'm going to pay 10 cents for a pound of bananas this year, and next year they cost 12 cents, and the following year they cost 14 cents, I'm paying 10 cents for a pound of bananas this year.
Correct.
I'm not paying the full amount.
You're paying 2 cents more the next year, and then 2 cents more in the
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just point out, the staff report spells out both methods, the one that the speaker was referencing, as well as what staff just explained.
Yeah,
So
there's a
the
contract
public
code.
can read both
There's a contract code.
both methodologies in the agenda report if they go to this agenda report that's posted on the city's website for this meeting.
That's right. Good point. Thank you so much. Council members, do we need a motion on this item?
Excuse me, Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers
Thank you.
in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
But Tehran, roll call. Perello first, Tehran second. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran.
Yes.
Councilmember Perello. Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, our next item is L2. This is Public Works Department, subject construction agreement 323000045 with GMZ Engineering Incorporated for the Mandalay Bay Bridge and Edison Canal Bridge. The First Amendment to the Engineering Agreement A 8141 with Doken Engineering for the Mandalay Bay Bridge and Edison Bridge. Specifications PW 18-61. And the recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the following for a total of $5,587,808 in project funds for the Mandalay Bay Bridge and Edison Canal Bridge. One, to execute the agreement construction with GMZ Engineering Incorporated for the amount not to exceed $4,407,468 for the project, and to authorize a project contingency amount of $660,000 with GMZ Engineering Incorporated for a total net not to exceed the value of $5,067,468 for the projects. And three, to execute a First Amendment to the agreement to Doken Engineering to increase and not to exceed from $201,914 to $293,494 for engineering services during the construction, and four, authorize a project allocation of $428,760 for project management, construction, management, and inspection for the projects. Five, authorize a budget of $940,936 from the Capital Outlay Fund 301 to fully fund the Mandalay Bridge and project. And six, authorize a finance director or designee to recognize future grant funding of $4,946,886 and approve administrative budget appropriation transfer available balances between projects 133,113, 133,114 for the use of these projects in the total amount not to exceed $5,587,808. This item is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 15301C. And this did not originate in the committee, and this is a capital improvement project specifically listed in the City Capital Improvement Project Budget, which was previously approved by the City Council. Of course, it was recorded under Measure M. And we have Mr. Wolf if we have additional questions. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping that either Mr. Wolf or Ms. Arnaud would be willing to just briefly explain what we're looking at for this project. And even though work's already been done in paving, what we're looking at with this one, why it needs to happen. And then one last question is there's a 15% contingency on this project versus the typical 10%, and if you'd be willing to address that as well.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, we already did the repaving of Channel Islands Boulevard in its entirety. That happened a couple of years ago. So this is a project that will nicely round off all of Channel Islands Boulevard within city limits. And what this entails is basically doing the repair and a little bit of rehab work for two bridges that span over the Edison Canal Bridge as well as the other bridge, which is called the Mandalay Bay Bridge. The work is encompassing basically resurfacing and repairing the actual bridge decks coming over it, some of the concrete work leading up to those bridges from the asphalt itself. We do have sidewalks that are running adjacent to these bridges that are in need of repair, so that'll be done with this project. In addition to that, the bigger bridge, the Edison Canal Bridge, will basically include cleaning and painting of the steel casing columns that are located within the actual water channel itself. And as far as why we're asking for a 15% contingency on this project, that's just because of the nature of a bridge project, especially one that's in the water. So because it's in the water, we know that once we get in there, there's going to potentially be some other issues that we're going to run into that we need to address as part of this project. So instead of coming back to you guys to ask for additional funding, we're hoping to just get this 15% contingency now to cover that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I understand we're working with Caltrans on this, and also that the neighborhood councils are in agreement in working with us during the construction.
Absolutely. So this is a Caltrans funded project. The city is at this time fronting the funding for it. That's why you're seeing this coming out of primarily the Capital Outlay Fund. but they will be reimbursing us at a rate of 88%, 88.5%.
Which is very significant.
That'll be coming, actually, we're anticipating it as early as next year and maybe in the next couple of years. So that's in the works right now. And yes, we will be working closely with the neighborhood itself. They have a meeting next month at which we will be announcing that this project is coming forward, and then our contractor will also be in close contact with the neighborhood.
And this has been in the works for quite a while, so.
Yes. It's one of the catch-up projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Perillo?
Yes, thank you very much, and it is good to see that the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council and Hollywood by the Sea Neighborhood Council will be kept informed. I've had members from those neighborhoods reach out to me in support of this. I don't know if they're gonna call in or not. One question that I've been asked, in any of the work that is done because of the issues currently going on with the Channel Islands Harbor water and the people concerned about what's in the water, any work that will be done on the steel beams, if there's any removal of paint or anything, is there any attempt to prevent it from getting into the water?
Yes, absolutely. So that'll be part of the means and methods for the contractor, but we'll make sure that none of that stuff gets actually into the water.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I can just share, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
At one time, because of the extreme deferred maintenance here, there will be staff that will remember this. There was a city truck that backed up and caved in a sewer pipeline. And there was also a railroad yard incident where a rail car caved in a sewer pipeline. These are things that we see and drive over every day, but unless you maintain them, things happen, and they could be catastrophic. So very necessary and well worth the money and effort. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, excellent presentation on this item for the video. So we need a motion on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers on this item, virtually or in person.
I think I asked that initially. Okay, first by Councilor Basua, second by Bert Perillo. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo. Yes. Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 3, and this is Public Works Department. This is subject cost of water and service report. Recommendation the City Council receive and file a water cost of service report. This item is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations 15306. And the Public Works Transportation Committee approved this item 2-0. And this is a pre-recorded item or presentation, and we do have a speaker before we bring, we have Mr. Larry Stein, L3. Larry Stein, L3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, staff, and general public. This has to do with the cost of water. So we see in here, we're paying over $24 million for imported water. Back in 2012, the AWTF, the Advanced Water Treatment Facility, became operational. 2 years prior to that, they approved the bonding for the AWTF with the notation that this system was going to be the backbone of our water supply system, the backbone. In order for it to be the backbone, we have to build ASR wells. The ARS wells have not been built. I believe the one well we do have is still not functioning. So my concern on this issue is what is it going to cost to make what will it cost to make 21,000 acre feet for potable water available to us so we can use the recycled water instead of paying $25+ million for imported water? Again, this has been 12 years or 10 years. And the AWTF still has not been able to they can produce the water, but we can't seem to store the water. So the real question is, what cost is it costing us taxpayers between the difference between having imported water and the operational costs of AWTF. That discussion of potential costs of potential water that we're supposed to be paying for. In fact, we're paying right now for that water. $14 million a year for debt service and operational costs of the AWTF. That's what we're paying for. But you're not building the wells. So when were the permits pulled to pump the water into the wells and pump it out? Oh yes, the permits have not been pulled. In 12 years, the permits have not been pulled with Fox Canyon groundwater management to pump the water out in the first place. So please tell me, Mr. Mayor, provide the cost line, provide the timeline when the 12 wells or 10 wells are going to be built. Because actually, we were told by staff, we have enough water for 10,000 homes. But we're in a drought. We have 3 areas of water. We don't have the water. We don't have a groundwater. We don't have water from the mountains. And we're running out of water from our Northern California source. We have enough water for 10,000 homes with all this. And we can't build the ASR wells. We can't seem to pass the test. So please explain to me the cost to the public. Because the staff has not built the ASR wells. Because that cost is not in this report. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Michael or Joe, can somebody help us share additional information? Well, we've talked about this over and over again, but just reiterate where we are with the ASRs and the costs and so forth.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Mayor. So our ASR pilot well project is in construction. And until it's complete with the construction, there's no need for us to pull permits. So once that construction is completed, then we'll take it to the next phase, which would be to do a test and get permits to use that water, which is called indirect potable reuse, IPR. So that recycled water at our AWPF plant cannot be used directly as potable water. That's not allowed by the state. So we go through this process of constructing a well, which is an ASR well. That AWPF water eventually will be injected into the ground with cooperation from the ground GMA, the Fox Canyon GMA. And we'll do a test through the state to allow for that water to sit into the groundwater for a while, and then we'll extract it out. And if it meets the standards, then it'll be allowed to be used as indirect potable reuse, or IPR. So that's the full cycle of what that water could do. The other item that was discussed was using AWPF water in lieu of import water, and as I just mentioned, it's not allowed for direct potable reuse. It actually currently is not, that's not a permitted process that we're aware of in the state. So that's why we're doing the indirect potable reuse process, and again, needs to be permitted through the state, but after construction has been completed. So our ASR is under construction. Unfortunately, as you've heard from us in the past, there are a lot of delays in our manufacturing process, a lot of delays in our construction projects. Unfortunately, we actually got a letter from our contractor about the delays for manufacturing the pumps and the controllers that go with the ASR. So we're riding through that process with our contractor just based on the supply chain logistics. And so as soon as those parts are available, the construction of the ASR well, the pilot project will be done. I believe that covers some of the comments.
Michael, one of the things that was mentioned too with our committee was that the ASR wells, we're looking at 10 ASR wells, and this is future work. Future work is, the ASR wells are gonna be, I always believe them as bank accounts, where you store water for the future, but we're not there yet, but we're looking at it. We're looking for the future, working with United, Callegas, and our own wells, which I think it's important that the people understand that we're not there yet, but we're looking at the future.
Yeah, the good news is that indirect potable reuse, or IPR, is actually something that's been permitted in the state in many areas in Southern California. So this is not new ground, but it requires testing, it requires specificity to the area that we're in. So there's some hoops that we go through because it's not the same in every geographical area. The aquifers aren't the same in every place. So we have to go through that process. But again, the good news is that IPR has been permitted through the state in the past. And as you said, Mr. Mayor, those future ASR wells, again, assuming that we have a very valid test with our pilot, the idea there is to then start constructing ASR wells in the future over time to allow us to use that recycled water for indirect potable reuse.
And we continue to ask our residents to conserve water, help us out, even if it rains, and right now we're not out of the drought. We had a little bit of rain, but we still need to conserve water, which is extremely important. I just want to share that.
If I can just add, and Mr. Stein continually asks us questions, and I respect him for asking the questions. But I want the public to understand, the city manager's team, the deputy city manager, the public works department, the city attorney's, public works attorney, they're all working to try to get this thing as quickly as possible done. One of the issues is certain counties have been able to get the direct injection of the water and the pumping. Ventura County was not. Through the tireless effort of these members of the city staff, we're trying to get treated the same as other counties in the state of California. And again, this was brought to the Public Works attention. There's a tremendous fallback. It was, I forget if a year, it's not like a couple of months it's gonna be late. It's gonna be quite a bit late. Components have to be built before they're shipped. They can't send it a little bit here and we put it in the shed and wait 6 years and hope to get the right parts and then get somebody to put it together. We expect to get a complete product with a warranty and installed, ready to work as soon as we put it in. We are also have received in lieu fees for credits whenever the pumping has come off. The value of those is in question because of the situation right now, but the general public, water is a big deal. Your city is not resting on its laurels on that. You've got the A-team working on this thing. And I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the council and the people that work for the city of Oxnard. They're doing their best. There's a lot of other cities in this county that wish to God that they were Oxnard with what we have and what we've been able to accomplish. But I do respect the member of the public bringing it up. But again, Public Works Director Wolf is right. It's been answered multiple times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Trump.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just take a moment to thank Mr. Marcinko for the presentation. It was a very comprehensive one and well done. I wish to just apologize to members of the public who are not able to see it tonight. This is incredibly important information on our water as a utility. It's provided to residents and to commercial customers throughout the city. Measure M prohibits you from seeing that tonight. If you wish to see the information, you must go to the city's YouTube page and view that presentation. And I highly encourage people to do because it's incredibly important and insightful information on how our water fund it operates. And I do want to commend our staff looking at the projected budget forecast for the current fiscal year. Revenues are projected at $68,127,000 and expenditures being $68,800,000, excuse me, with the difference of $118,000 left over. For a $68 million budget, incredibly impressive to be able to cover our expenditures utilizing the revenues that we have available through that. And I highly encourage folks to watch the presentation because of the information that's in there. But I'm hoping that we can just very briefly talk a little bit about the cost of water because there are a number of factors that play into that. The acquisition costs, the fees, the electricity costs, the labor costs. And I'm just hoping that we can maybe let the public know what are some of the things that were touched on in this presentation that they should know goes into the cost of delivering water to their faucets.
Thank you, Mr. Tran, and I agree with you that Mr. Marcinko did a great job presenting that information, so I'll let him stand up here and answer those questions for you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the public. Yes, there's so much that goes into the water system and the cost associated with it. I don't know where to begin, but as you mentioned, Councilmember Turan, we have a large operating budget, which consists of labor. The majority to begin with is the cost of water. So the water that we have here for the city comes out of three parts. We have groundwater that we have groundwater rights to. We have about 7,600 acre feet of water that we have an allocation with the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency. We also have purchased groundwater that we get from United Water Conservation District, as well as from Cayugas Municipal Water District. That's our water portfolio, and it's roughly around 30%, just as a ballpark number for each one of those. The costs on those are the total cost is about 40% of our operating budget. So that $68 million, the total cost for us to pump water is that much of our operating budget. So then after that, we have equipment, maintenance, we have staff, we have electricity. We have to be able to pump that water and move that water. So we're pumping it out of the ground. We're blending it. We're desalting it. So all of that takes pumping and energy, which is a significant cost as well. So the infrastructure maintenance and repairs, those are all very much the majority of the costs that go into the cost of water.
Great, thank you for that. And I hope the public recognizes that just as in your home, cost of electricity is going up and the cost of food is going up, likewise for our utilities that are being provided, our cost of electricity is going up, labor costs are going up, materials costs are going up. And so I hope folks go and watch this because it's incredibly important information on just water as one of our utilities that is provided to them. So again, thank you for the response. And I think Mr. Wolf has some additional info.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what Mr. Marcinko was saying, and we saw the video today. So the AMI video is a part of it's paid for by water rates. So you can imagine that a big component of our cost also is our capital improvement program. And so we have a lot of aging infrastructure, and that aging infrastructure needs to be not only maintained, but designed and replaced over a time frame. Those things don't have an unlimited useful life. So a large component of cost of water also includes a capital component. So I didn't want to miss that opportunity to make that.
Let me ask, add a little bit more to what the councilman was mentioning and what you explained was, can you hear me? There's a basic cost to water, whether it's $100, $75, whatever the number is. There's a basic cost to take care of all the infrastructure, all the labor and so forth. So a lot of people say, well, I'm saving water and so forth, but my bill's still X. That basic bill is gonna be X all the time. So if you use additional water that's above that basic cost. Can you explain that just a little bit?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that question because it's a good question. We have what's called a fixed and variable rate. So the fixed rate is all the things that we need to have from an operational standpoint to be ready to serve be ready to serve customers water. Regardless of how much water flows through that pipe, we have to be ready to serve whoever turns on the tap. So there's a cost to that, just having that infrastructure in place, having the staffing, having the testing, having the components to be ready to serve water. So that's the fixed cost, and it is based on your meter size. And so regardless of the volume of water that you actually use in your property, there's a fixed cost, and that's that component. The other component, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, is the variable cost. So as you actually start taking water, each gallon or each 100 cubic feet, we do CCF, 100 cubic feet, is a cost. And for every 743 gallons, there's $3.50, somewhere around that, is the cost of 743 gallons of water.
And then there's pass-through costs also.
So
there's another component to that.
Yeah, currently we do not have a pass-through component to our rates, but what you're alluding to, Mr. Mayor, is there are things, as Mr. Marcinko mentioned, that are outside of our control. So as he mentioned, 40% of our operating cost is actually just the purchase of water or pumping of water, all the actual water itself. And so those are typically controlled by outside agencies, the cost thereof, meaning Cayugas sets the rate, or sorry, Metropolitan sets the rate for import water. That's not controlled by the city. So sometimes the agencies have a pass-through cost when those things change that gets passed.
And it's included in the percentage you talked about.
Correct. So we do not have a direct pass-through component to our rate system right now, but there are agencies that do have that.
Well, thank you for the explanations, Councilor
Just,
Perrella.
Mr. Public Works Director Wolf, just a comment. When you say ready to serve, we're talking about potable drinking water, ready to serve. When a resident in this city turns on that tap, he's not going to wait for us to treat water where some people in the past have said, well, we should go to a private water company to run our thing. It'll be cheaper and they'll operate on a profit margin. So they'll cut their expense. We cannot do that. We have to provide, when requested by residents, potable water, which is a fancy word for drinking water, treated, high-quality drinking water. Am I correct?
That's correct. Actually, we brought to the council and to the Public Works and Transportation Committee a couple of our documents that talk about our public health goals and our consumer confidence report. So we have multitude of requirements from the state about what level of water we have to serve. So when you say potable water, it's actually to a very high standard.
And the reason I bring that up, there may be some that think we can take, it's holiday season, let's shut everything down, and there'll be enough water in the pipeline and everything will be okay. It does not work that way.
Correct. So one of the uniquenesses of Oxnard's water system is there's no storage. There's no above ground storage, which is, I would say, unique to a lot of water purveyors. And so our system actually operates 24/7, 365 because of that. There are other agencies, one I've worked for in the past, where we were able to sort of turn things off, turn some pumps off during the day. We fill up those tanks at night, and then we basically work off the pressure from those tanks. So there's systems like that, but our system is set up for no above ground storage.
And one of the issues that, a previous one, we talked about the bridges. There could be somebody asking questions, why don't we put guardrails so people can't jump off the bridge? On an issue like this with the water, we could be talking about building tanks so that we could build up the tanks similar to what you're talking about pressure. We don't have that system in place at the current time, and it's not really something we're looking at the current time because of the cost and the planning and everything else going on with our, hopefully, getting the water injection to the ground, being able to pull it out.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if you look at a lot of water systems that have tanks, it's because they have elevation change in their service area. So Oxnard's pretty flat from north to south and east to west, and so that typically doesn't set it up nicely to do above ground storage because of that. Because then you're pumping it to the storage tank and then repumping it again. I mean, you kind of lose that effectiveness or that efficiency when you have to pump it twice. And so there are lots of pluses and minuses for above ground storage. But there are certain places where storage is potentially a benefit. And so, for example, if you wanted to store recycled water for a period of time, maybe there's an opportunity to have storage tanks that are below ground for those kinds of things. So there are opportunities for storage. And we are, as you mentioned, Ms. Klima obviously has done a lot in this, working with the GMA in terms of potentially being able to store water in a very big bucket below us, which is the groundwater, if you will. And so those are opportunities for us to store in places that may not be currently available to us, but we're working with the Fox Canyon GMA for that.
And one other thing, Mayor, there will be people that may remember that the city of Oxnard used to have a huge storage tank off Oxnard Boulevard, quite a ways up in the air. I forget how high it was, but it was visible for a long distance. Anybody that may not think that power is not that important, try to carry a 5-gallon bucket of water very far, and you'll find out it takes a lot of power to move water, and that power is usually electricity, and it's not cheap. So thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilman Charon. No? Okay.
I was just gonna say that those of us in this panel that are older than dirt will remember the water tower at the water campus on the other side of the
Absolutely. I
bridge.
remember that.
And we spent a lot of money tearing it down because we found out it
Third
was
Street.
not efficient use of facilities, so.
Councilman Charon.
Thank you. Councilor Perrello mentioned something, and then Mr. Wolf, you had mentioned it too, that I think is worth mentioning for the public, and as it relates to water costs that we have here. For the cost of water that the city incurs and that the ratepayers pay to have that water service, it seems to me that people need to be aware that there are strict standards that we have to adhere to in delivery of that water. And in those standards, testing happens in multiple phases or in multiple places throughout the delivery of that water. Is that correct?
So so as you know, Mr. Marcinko, or Mr. Marcinko is a treatment 5
Yeah, sure.
certified with the state, so I'll let him answer that question because it's right in his area of expertise.
Mayor, just for the understanding, treatment 5 is correct? 5 level?
There's
That's the gold standard.
That's probably the highest,
That's
right?
the biggest you can get.
the highest.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Teran, there are very strict standards that the state has for water quality testing. You have to maintain pressure in all times in the system so that you don't incur any backflow events where you could possibly pull contaminated water back into the system. So system integrity is very critical. Testing is very critical. And there's a multitude of different tests. I think we estimated at 3,700 tests that we conduct a year on the water system, sampling for over 300 different constituents.
Thank you. And I only bring this up for a couple of reasons. One is folks may have seen some residents who say, oh, I've had my water tested at the faucet or at the spigot outside of my house, and it comes up with these contaminants. And would it be accurate to say that testing after the meter is going to be yield different results than testing prior to the meter? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're required to test up to the meter with the exception of the lead and copper rule, which is a measure of corrosion of lead and copper metal into the water. But for the most part, we test the water in the distribution system up to the meter. That doesn't account for the customer's plumbing. So that's from their meter, older house, galvanized line. They could have a completely different water quality, but mostly aesthetics. If you're looking at contaminants, something like nitrate or some of the PFAS compounds, you're not going to pick that up out of old plumbing. But you are going to get dirty water, rusty water type of things from the different minerals and metals that come off of older aged houses' interior piping.
Great, thank you. And my last question is, where can folks find the Consumer Confidence Report for the City of Oxnard?
Online at the city's website. Just go to the Water Division, and it contains a whole lot of information on water. In the Water Division, we really enjoy sharing information with the public, and if you don't mind, I'd like to be able to, we have a couple community meetings that we're inviting the public out to be able to share that information. So one is at the South Oxnard Center on 200 East Bard Road. This is Saturday, January 7th at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So that's one of our community meetings. And the second one is Monday, January 23rd. This is from 6 to 8 p.m. over at the River Ridge Golf Course on 2401 West Vineyard Avenue. And we really encourage the public to be able to get engaged, come out and gain some knowledge on the water system, and please come out and ask us questions.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the extra time,
That
Mayor.
information is in the Vida newspaper too, just,
Yes.
It came out, I think Thursday, So Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person.
Okay, so this is a receive and file. So we'll go ahead to item 4. And item 4 is, L4 is Public Works Department Agreement 323005 with Garcia Landscape Maintenance for the on-call grid pruning services, specification PW 2338. Recommendation of the City Council approve and authorize the agreement of Garcia's Landscape Maintenance Incorporated in the amount of not to exceed $4 million for a 3-year term. An on-call grid pruning services, specification PW 2338. And this item is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Title 14 of the California Code Regulations, Section 15301H. And this again was approved by the PW Transportation Committee 2-0, and it's also a pre-recorded item. And we do have Mr. Michael Wolf for any additional information. None? Any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers, Mayor. We do not have speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Councilman Perrello?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This was a very good presentation at the Public Works Committee meeting. Some of the things that came out that I want to make sure my fellow council members hear, there was a height limit from the street, from the ground to the street of the trees, which they will be height when they are trimmed. I believe it was 13 feet, or correct me if Mr. Howlett. And the other was, because we have so many questions with the public talking about trees, where is this being done? I'd requested, recommended that we put on the city site once a month at least, where the trees are being trimmed and what parts of the city, so that people can follow along. And if no other point being, they could drive to those areas and see what kind of work is being done, and if they have any comment or input, because the concerns that a lot of residents are having is trees are blocking streetlights, and they are causing an impact with the trash trucks when they go through neighborhoods. But it is because of, again, extreme deferred maintenance, not the fault of the public works at the current time. It's something that we didn't have the money, and it wasn't the highest priority to take care of, and we're trying to address it. And if I'm wrong in any of those things, Mr. Howlett or Mr. Wolf, please correct me.
Honorable Mayor and council members, Councilmember Perrello, you are correct. The height for the street is 14 feet from the street. And this is one of two contracts that's coming before you tonight. So this is the grid pruning contract. And as Councilmember Perrello stated, that the request was put in that this be posted online. So we're currently working with our GIS staff to make that possible. It's a staffing issue. We have all of our trees in the GIS system, and we have our task management program is called Workforce. And Garcia's has this program, and this is how it integrates with the GIS system to assign areas. So for this grid pruning contract, the first area that'll be grid pruned will be the southeast section of the city, which includes College Park, College Estates, Lemonwood. That whole corner of the city will be the first. We do have that mapped out, and we will work to get that posted online. And then as future grid prunes occur, we will be sure to post that as well.
So, and one important thing, Steve, that also is that this is an on-call basis, you know. That's an extra. No, but anyway, just for information.
Yes, this one is considered on-call as well, because
That's
we
right.
will be assigning sections throughout the city.
Grid.
And where this one differs from the next one is that this is focused on grid pruning, so large group areas, neighborhoods, all at the same time, whereas the other on-call maintenance contract will be for emergency situations that come up, a wind event or a broken limb, perhaps a stump removal. That'll be handled with the other contract.
Okay, so we need a motion on this item.
I will second.
Good motion by Camparello, second by Basua. Roll call.
Thank you for the presentation.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, do we have any speakers on this item before we?
We do not have any speakers in person. We do not have any speakers virtually for this item. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and this is a public works item, is agreement number 323000484 with Garcia's Landscape Maintenance Incorporated for on-call tree maintenance services, specification PW 23-39. Recommendation of City Council approve and authorize the agreement with Garcia's Landscape Maintenance Incorporated for the amount not to exceed $4 million for a 3-year term and an on-call tree maintenance service. This item is category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Pursuant to Title 14, California Code Regulations, Section 153001H, The Public Works Department Committee approved this 2-0, and it was a Measure A recorded item. And we have Mr. Wolf, if we have any questions. Any questions? No motion on this item? First by Basua, second by Madrigal. Oh, was it Madrigal? Roll call. Was it Turan or Turan? Okay, well.
To
Roll call.
confirm, Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers, virtually or in person, for this item. Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo. Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, our next item is item 6, and this is the Finance Department. This is authorize the equipment lease schedule number 27 to finance the purchase of fire ladder truck and to finance and purchase the outfitting of 8 fire battalion chief vehicles chassis. The recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of schedules of property to the master equipment lease purchase agreement not to exceed $3,450,000 for a ladder fire truck and the purchase and subsequent upfitting of the chassis for battalion chief command vehicles, authorizing the execution and delivery of other documents required in connection authorizing and taking of all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transaction contemplated by this transaction. And again, this will be a live presentation, and we have a consultant. And we do have one speaker on this item. Do we want to take the speaker first? And that would be Mr. Larry Stein, and then we'll go with the consultant. Mr. Larry Stein.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, and the general public. The concern I have is the actual need for the fire trucks in the first place. So how many fires do we have a day? Maybe 2 fires a day. Now, the mayor has said earlier that we should have as many fire trucks as possible. Well, how many is that? Should we have 15 fire trucks, 20 fire trucks? We only have 2 fires a day? Reality is, a large source of revenue isn't for fighting fires locally or even resolving to calls for service locally. It's a service we provide to other communities and counties. When there's a big fire in Glendale, or a big fire in San Francisco, or a big fire in Santa Barbara, these facilities cannot provide the trucks themselves, but rely on other communities such as Oxnard to provide some resources towards that. But that raises the question, how many trucks should we have? If we have 4 fire trucks, that would probably be sufficient need for the fire trucks that we need. 1 ladder truck and 3 engines. 4 trucks. And staffing for 4 trucks. And other staffing can be used for other facilities, our ALS and BLS calls for service. I'm suggesting that we look at providing the vehicles we need for better ALS and BLS services and contract and see what we can do getting the contracts for the ALS and BLS. Yes, there's a 10-year contract or a contract that's for 3 years with 3 extensions on there. But who dealt that contract or mishandled that contract? Who in the city attorney's office mishandled that contract this year? Because we deserve quality service. And we deserve good services for our dollar. And the fire department does a good job in providing the services. What we really need to do is look at the big picture. What's our real cost of service? Having Gold Coast Ambulance provide our ALS and BLS cost of service, or is it better provided through our own internal mechanisms through our ALS and BLS cost of service from our fire department? The fire department's also talking about response times, because they have the response times posted on the website. The fire department says we need to move some fire stations because traffic's gotten so bad the last few years, response time has suffered. But guess what? I submitted a public record request back in June for response times. Response times are posted on the website. Where's the backup data to justify those response times? How is the fire department measured in efficiency? By response times. So why can't this member of the public, after 6 months of going to the city attorney's office, not get the records to identify the response times? You, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council, we saw copies of the data I got from the fire department. You can't read the data, but this all affects our response time decisions you make. Has response times gotten worse or better? We have 8 fire stations now. 12 years ago, we had 7. Response time should improve if we build a fire station. We heard in 2018 we don't need to build another fire station. But the fire department says we got to build a fire station now because issues took place at Sakioka, because that's where the Station 8 was supposed to be built, at Sakioka. Before you said we need it, now you said we don't need it, now you say we need it again. There's inconsistency in the data provided by city staff. And when you have a report out here that says we need to buy fire trucks.
Thank you. Chief, can you share a little bit of information before we get to Betsy George? I know that we've actually given some data to Mr. Stein, and we continue to do so. And then we'll go in real quickly into just a 2-second.
Okay. Need to keep it related to the agenda item rather than fire system throughout the whole city. So this item has to do with,
I understand with
financing of fire ladder trucks.
But I know that the chief has responded to that, for just 2 seconds.
Mayor, to answer your question, we did provide a timely response to Mr. Stein on his request. I'm now working on providing the information in a different format as Mr. Stein has requested, and that is taking some time, and that's where Mr. Stein's frustration is coming from. But we did respond to his PRA request in a timely manner.
I know you have. Thank you so much.
So to clarify, we did respond to Mr. Stein's request.
That's right.
It was not in the format that he wanted. We do not produce that
That's right.
report the way he wants. We provided him the same data that we provide to the state.
I understand. I just wanted that clarified. So Betsy, you're on then.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Stein is being disruptive for this meeting. I would ask that if he continues that disruption, that we deal with it in the appropriate fashion. And if that necessitates us having to ask Mr. Stein to leave, then we should do that. But I'm tired of him interrupting.
Thank you. Thank you. So go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Betsy George, Chief Financial Officer. And just before I introduce Christian Sprunger, who has a brief presentation on this item, I wanted to let you know, due to the order of the agenda, this is the financing for the 2 items that follow it, item number 7 and item number 8. So of course, pending approval of the actual purchase of the equipment, then we would finance it. But if those items aren't approved, then there would be no financing.
So then 7 and 8 follow.
Necessary,
okay.
yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
My apologies for that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, members of the public. I hope you all can hear me. My name is Christian Sprunger. Thank you. I'm an Assistant Vice President with NHA Advisors. We are the city's municipal financial advisor. Tonight I'll be sharing a presentation, so let me share my screen. Bear with me one moment. Okay, I've begun sharing my screen. Hope you all can see it.
We can see it.
Great, thank you for confirming that. Tonight I'll be speaking to you about an equipment lease financing for two types of vehicles, a fire ladder truck and then battalion fire chief command vehicles. This item, as Betsy mentioned, as Ms. George mentioned, is related to the 2 items that will be discussed subsequent to this. As the mayor read, the recommendation before you tonight is essentially a threefold recommendation. First, it's related to authorizing the execution and delivery of an equipment lease in an amount not to exceed $3.45 million. Second, it's authorizing the execution and delivery of all documents needed to consummate or enter into that lease. And then third, it authorizes staff to take other actions as necessary to complete the financing. Again, I think the next two items on the agenda will talk about the need for the vehicles more. And so I will briefly touch on what's needed and then I'll talk more about the financing. So the fire department continues to improve and modernize its fleet. The current need is 8 battalion chief command vehicles and an aerial ladder fire truck. The total cost of these vehicles will be $3.2 million. City staff have accelerated the process of purchasing the ladder truck to avoid a 3% cost increase that would take effect in March of 2023. This acceleration will save the city approximately $57,000 off the purchase price. In addition to that savings from accelerating the purchase, city staff plan to prepay for the ladder truck. This will reduce the upfront purchase cost by an additional $115,000. So combined, these two strategies save approximately $172,000 off the purchase price. The city has a master existing lease purchase agreement with Bank of America that's been in place since 2014. The city has drawn on it several times since then, most recently this fall to finance 2 fire engines. The current draw is scheduled number 27, and every time the city makes a draw on it, we go to the next number in the sequence. This schedule 27 will have a 10-year term. The final payment will be June of 2032. The full amount borrowed is expected to be just under $3.3 million. Bank of America back in mid-October provided a fixed 10-year interest rate at 3.81%. Current market rates are just right at that. So that's a good thing. This fixed rate will require level annual payments of $414,000 per year, or $207,000 every 6 months. For the benefit of everyone listening, I just want to make sure that it's clear that this transaction is a lease to purchase type transaction, meaning that the city will own the vehicles both during the term of the equipment lease and then after the equipment lease is paid off. To briefly summarize the 4 documents in the packet before you tonight, there's the authorizing resolution, the master equipment lease purchase agreement, the equipment schedule number 27, and the escrow agreement. The authorizing resolution provides authority to city staff to enter into this lease and identifies a not to exceed amount of $3.45 million. The second document is the master equipment lease purchase agreement. This was approved back in 2014. The terms of this are not changing. It's just been included in the packet because it dictates how each of these additional equipment schedules are added. The third attachment is the specific equipment schedule for these vehicles. This identifies the terms related to financing the ladder truck and the command vehicles. It identifies the amortization schedule, repayment schedule, prepayment terms. So all those details are in there. And then the fourth attachment is the escrow agreement. This document governs the relationship between the city, Computershare Trust Company, who is serving as the escrow agent, and Bank of America. So it outlines the process by which the city withdraws the money to reimburse the city for paying for the vehicles. To wrap it up, with regard to timing, following tonight's meeting, we'll be working to finalize and sign all the legal documents, and we'll be closing and funding the equipment lease about this time in January. And with that, I will stop sharing, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Council members, any questions on this item? Okay, for now, we need a motion on this item.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, first by Councilman Turan.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote. Is that working? If not, we'll get roll call. Yeah. Okay, there we are. Okay.
Motion carries 6-0. And Mayor, I would like to confirm that we have a motion by Councilmember Turan and a second by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is item 7. This is
Thank you, Christian.
do we have any speakers on that? Thank you, Christian. My apologies. Do we have any speakers on item 7, L7?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item. Thank you.
Okay, fire department is again, this is a purchase order for ladder truck. Recommendation of City Council authorize the approval of the purchase order for a tractor-drawn aerial truck ladder truck from South Coast Emergency Fire Equipment in the amount of $1,776,923.96. And this was approved by the Finance Committee 3-0, and we had a Measure M recorded item on this. And we have again Chief Alexander. Any questions from Chief? Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Regarding the ladder truck, I just have two questions. One is something that was discussed at Finance and Governance that I think is really important for the public to hear. And the first question on that is the ladder truck. Some folks may see the ladder truck respond to, let's say, a traffic collision or to some other type of call that may not necessarily require the use of the large ladder. Would you mind talking a little bit about the functionality of the ladder truck and why it responds to particular calls?
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Turan, thank you very much for the question. What I'll start off by saying is that every one of our response apparatus, their first role is as a first responder. So if they are the closest unit to any emergency, they will get dispatched to that emergency. With that being said, though, the ladder truck specifically primarily responds to, it's essentially a giant toolbox is the one way that you can think about it. So it essentially responds to traffic collisions, technical rescues, structure fires, anything that's outside of the normal, a normal medical call or event that it needs these additional tools. I know there was recently something posted on social media where we had it was a pedestrian that was hit by a vehicle and actually ended up lodged underneath the vehicle. And so the ladder truck was out there. The ladder truck actually carries airbags to lift the vehicle off the patient. And so that's just one of the many tools. There's about 750 different tools on a ladder truck, including the ladder. And it's unique in a fire service vehicle in that it only carries 2.5 gallons of water, which is in a water extinguisher. But it does carry a huge variety of tools that we can do, everything from stabilizing a train that's on its side, which we've used tools off our vehicle for that, or using that aerial ladder to get up high to make access to a roof in a structure fire, or even use it as a high point to rescue somebody. And so it's been used in that fashion when vehicles have gone over the side down by Magoo Rock, for example. So it is a very, very versatile vehicle.
Great, thank you very much. And along those lines too, as this decade and beyond goes on, we may see more development that are multi-story, and we certainly may have situations where quick access is needed where the ladder truck would come in handy. But I appreciate that information. That was certainly a learning moment for me at Finance and Governance, where it was mentioned all the tools and functionality that ladder truck has and why it may respond to calls where intuitively you may not think that particular apparatus would show up. So thank you. My last question is regarding the new ladder truck we're looking at. Would this truck also have something that's been discussed in the past where we'd have a separate air ventilation system or HVAC system within the cabin versus where the equipment is being stored?
Yes, so the air handling system is similar on all the vehicles, but what we include in the design is to be able to keep anything that could be contaminated out of the cab of the vehicle. So it's known as a clean cab design. So the personal protective equipment that our personnel wear on structure fires is essentially considered contaminated after the event. And so we have separate compartments outside of the cab to carry that equipment. And the same is actually for our self-contained breathing apparatus, or SCBAs, that we wear. We used to actually mount those into the seats so that you could put them on as you're driving to an emergency. They're very hard to get completely clean, and so we now actually move those out of the apparatus, out of the cab of the apparatus, and into a compartment. And our personnel, when they're going through rookie school, They actually, there's a competition about who can get their SCBA on fastest and get on air and ready to fight fire. And generally, our recruits get that done somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds. They're incredibly fast at getting that done, getting ready to go to work.
Great, thank you very much. And lastly, those the off-gassing or the contaminants that come from structure fires or other calls for service can be carcinogenic, and we don't want to expose our firefighters to those off-gassing or to those materials after they're traveling back to the station from an event. So thank you.
And during the presentation, you know, that will eliminate a lot of the firefighters are, it's cancer prevention type, which I think is extremely important that we protect our firefighters.
Absolutely, yeah. Cancer is one of the, unfortunately, one of our biggest threats to the health and safety of our personnel. So everything we can do to sort of mitigate potential contamination, we're going to do everything we can to help keep our personnel safe. And so we're constantly looking at the latest and greatest in terms of the personal protective equipment they wear, and also how we function both in our vehicles and in our fire stations as well.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve this item. Oh, I'm sorry, go. Oh, this thing's working now, huh? Oh, yeah. Go ahead. No.
Thank you.
It's getting late.
Thank you, Chief. This is more just a comment then. You know, periodically you hear the comments about, oh, there's only like 2 fires a day. And
That's
so why
right.
do they need all this extra stuff if there's only 2 fires a day? Well, the short answer is that public safety tends to train for worst case scenarios based upon history of previous events. Oklahoma City bombing was one of those worst case scenarios. The Twin Towers in New York was one of those worst case scenarios. And had they prepared themselves for only dealing with 2 fires a day in their area, they would have been woefully under-equipped to respond to those events. Now, the second part of public safety training is that you train for worst case scenario, and then you spend most of your career praying that you don't have to exercise that effort in worst case scenarios. And I'm glad you brought up the information about the lady who happened to be walking her dog, was run over by a minivan, and the necessary equipment to get her extricated from underneath that minivan was on a ladder truck. There's not enough room on an engine for all that stuff. And when you're having a heart attack, when you're laying under somebody else's vehicle or your own vehicle, as the case may be, 3 minutes is a really, really, really long time, especially when you can't breathe. And I guess the alternative would be is you go around banging on doors around trying to find 10 big burly people to come out and help you move this minivan off this person. Well, because we have the equipment, we don't have to do that. But the equipment has to be at the scene and it has to be available. So again, that's a matter of training and preparation. And the minimum standard would be, okay, 2 fires a day, that's great, we're able to handle that. But if there's 3 fires a day or 4 fires a day, we're able to handle that too. We just hope that we don't have to. But hoping you don't have to and being unprepared are 2 different things. We need to be prepared. We need to be able to render that service as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. And there's a lot of stuff that people don't realize in the training that goes on about how you utilize this equipment in a safe fashion so that you don't do more injury than good in trying to rescue someone. And it's a huge part of the effort. You know, and I could hazard a guess, but I would think that had New York City Fire Department not been prepared as they were, the Oklahoma City Fire Department had not been prepared as they were, that the death casualty or the death count or the casualty rate may have been much more exponentially higher than what it was. But you don't know that. And you may never know that, but you know that you should be able to respond as best as you can, as quickly as you can on the public safety side. And when I say public safety, I'm talking about police and fire, because they're a public safety team to the benefit of this community. I don't want to see our public safety train to minimum standards. I don't want them to be prepared for minimum standards. I want to see them be prepared for realistic standards that, unfortunately, should the time arrive, that we're able to respond to it. So that's why, you know, I think this is incredibly important. I think our approach to it is incredibly important. And Mayor, how long are your your request to make a motion, if it's okay.
Oh, go ahead.
And I'll second it.
You want to second mine?
Yes.
And then
Oh, I'm
Councilman
sorry.
Perrello?
Here, I'm doing the same thing to him I did to me.
Excuse me,
I
Mayor?
think Tehran had. Tehran, how many times have we?
Do you have a comment?
It was second by him. Go ahead.
I second what Councilmember McDonald's saying, from having had to call 911 the times quick and all that stuff. But just, I want to make one thing, because Mayor Pro Tem McDonald brought up two great things, Kansas City and Oklahoma City and New York. But just so we don't walk around in a purple haze, if there is an incident at the top of the financial centers that we have in this city, how high will those ladders go?
7.
So for those ladder trucks, each of the aerial ladder trucks that we own, and certainly the one that we're ordering, has a 100-foot ladder on it. Because of the way those things are designed, generally we're only going to get about 7 floors up that building. However, both our ladder trucks and our urban search and rescue have ropes that have in excess of 300-foot lengths of rope. So if we need to go from the top of the building down, we can do that, and we train for that as well.
And that's my point, is not to point out any shortfalls. It's that you, as Mayor Pro Tem said, you guys got to train for the worst case scenario. Because if I'm in the top of the building and something goes wrong, I want somebody that knows what they're doing, getting me out of there.
Yep.
And Mayor Pro Tem made a comment that strikes home. And I think your comment was minimum trained. You don't want a minimum trained. How is the word?
Maximum trained.
Okay, we don't want them minimum trained. There's always a discussion of how many firemen, if they go up to a fire, the first one doesn't just run into the building. He's got to have somebody there as a backup, because the first one may not come back out, and you have to have a backup. This is not suicide business. This is a professional to get in, get out, take care of people, and take care of yourselves. So I appreciate what's going on. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm one of the first people, when I'm driving downtown and I see the hook and ladder coming around, I'm going, what in the heck is he? And he's not lights and sirens. But by the same token, the people that are driving those things are extremely skilled. I don't hear of accidents. I'm sure things can happen. Knock on wood, no more. But we need it, and there's no getting around it. If you're going to provide health, safety, and welfare, you need it, and nothing is cheap. If you cheap it, you'll pay a price later on, and usually it's a horrendous price. I support this also.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any speakers on the side, additional speakers at all?
Mayor, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person, and I do have a motion by Mayor Zaragoza and a second by Councilmember Tehran.
Right. Correct.
Thank you.
Please vote. Mayor Pro Tem wants to be the third. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. And our last item is the fire department. It's purchase order for upfitting and 8 command vehicles. And the recommendations of the City Council want to approve and authorize the execution of purchase order with National Auto Fleet in the amount of $1,053,108.82 for the upfitting of 8 battalion chief command vehicles by 911 vehicles, and to authorize the budget appropriation recognizing revenue from the proposed equipment financing and appropriating $490,656.58 to the lease purchase fund 313 and the corresponding capital fund 301 project C 2203 command vehicle 8. And this was approved by the finance committee 3-0, and this again it was pre-recorded under Measure M, and we do have our chief for the additional questions. This is the last item, folks.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Any
We do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, Councilman Perrello.
One question. I appreciate this, and I understand we need this. We have a combination. We have chassis and utility bodies. In the future, I hope that we can look for something that would have the ability to have eye bolts, pick up the utility body, and put it on a new chassis so that we can recycle the utility bodies. I'm not in this business, but I do know utility bodies, for the most part, from having been in a trucking, working for trucking, they do not get abused as much as the chassis and the running gear. So I hope we'll consider that in the future, but I support this.
Thank you. So we need a motion. Councilor Duran?
Thank you. I'm wondering if, just quickly, Chief Hamilton, would we be willing to talk a little bit about the pricing difference we had in the original vendor that was being sought out, and then we ended up having to change that, and where we are now?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Turan. So originally, we were actually going with a model that Councilmember Perrello was just alluding to, where we could take the box off the back of this and put it on a new pickup. It would have been a new sort of a new direction for us. Ultimately, with inflation pressures and everything else, that vehicle, I had to make an unpopular decision to forego that vehicle and go with a more conventional design. But by doing that, we were able to save a significant amount of money, because the other issue that we had with the original plan that we had, even after the upfitting costs, there was an additional around $25,000 in communications equipment that still would need to be mounted to the vehicle. So by switching gears, we have been able to realise some significant savings in this new vehicle, and we will still be able to get many years of excellent service out of these vehicles.
Great, thank you. And I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Your motion? I'll second it. Please vote. Motion by Turan, second by Zaragoza. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
And we had no additional speaker in this item.
We do not have any speakers virtually or in person.
So happy holidays, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.